Good morning. My name is Kenyon McDuffie, at-large council member and chair of the Council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today is Wednesday, January 31st, 2024. And we're convening this hearing in hearing room 123 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. The time is 9:37 a.m. and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. This hearing is the committee's first performance oversight hearing for the fiscal year 2024. Over the coming weeks, we will convene several additional performance oversight hearings with leadership of the agencies and the economic clusters that this committee oversees. On Wednesday, February 7th, we will hear from Events DC, Destination DC, the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, and the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration. On Wednesday, February 14th, the committee will host the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the Office of Lottery and Gaming, the Department of Small and Local Business Development, and the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. And on February 28th, the committee will hear from the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, the Public Service Commission, the Office of People's Counsel, and the Office of Nightlife and Culture. But today, we start with public witness testimony that will help guide the committee's inquiries of those agencies. The agency leadership coming to testify before the committee should expect to prepare answers to specific questions and concerns raised by our public witnesses today. 2023 was a very difficult year for the District of Columbia. The transition out of the pandemic has proven to be uneven and particularly challenging for the district. Seemingly each year since 2020 has brought a unique set of disruptive challenges that we have to adjust to. From a public health crisis and school disruptions to labor shortages and remote work, and to public safety crisis and climbing commercial office vacancies. Our economy, our residents and businesses, and our government have to pivot and adjust repeatedly, and we must continue to do so. As we hear feedback on how district government has performed and how we can improve, I thank all of today's witnesses for making time to give testimony. For today's performance oversight hearing, we'll hear testimony from public witnesses on the following agencies in the order that the agencies will be testifying before the committee in the coming weeks. Events DC being the first, as well as Destination DC, the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration, the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the Office of Lottery and Gaming, the Department of Small Local Business Development, the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, the DC Lottery and Charitable Games, the Public Service Commission, and the Office of Nightlife and Culture. I know it's a lot of agencies doing a lot of important work. As a reminder, this hearing is reserved for only public witnesses. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to testify. I ask that all participants please mute their microphones when they are not speaking. First, we're going to hear from testimony from witnesses about Events DC. Events DC is the official convention and sports authority and the premier host of convention, sports, entertainment, and cultural events in the District of Columbia. Events DC owns and manages some of the district's most visited venues, including the Walter E. Washington Convention Center, Nationals Park, and others. The agency also works together with the district's hospitality and tourism industry to drive investment and growth. With that, I'm going to call our first panel of public witnesses. Again, I ask that participants please mute their microphones when they're not speaking. I'm going to make a call for witnesses, and my staff is going to migrate them over as I call their names. I think we already have some folks ready to go. Kimberly Gaines, Donna Westmoreland, John Armstrong, Ralph Shakir, we're going to do them agency by agency. So Kimberly Gaines is with us. I want to thank you for joining us this morning. You're Executive Director of the East of the River Boys and Girls Steel Band. Excited to hear your testimony this morning. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. As was stated, my name is Kimberly C. Gaines. I am a proud Ward 7 resident and the East of the River Boys and Girls Steel Band Executive Director. Today, I'm here before you to share the transformative impact of Events DC on our organization and the broader community. The East of the River Boys and Girls Steel Band is in its 30th year and was founded by the late Dr. Gladys Whitworth Bray during a time of significant activity in our city, just like we stand today. Our organization serves as a beacon, providing a haven for youth to learn a unique musical instrument, experience culture and act and cultivate essential values such as integrity, discipline, commitment, and accountability within our programs. Today, I testify about the invaluable support we received from Events DC since I assumed the role of executive director. Events DC's generosity extends beyond mere financial support. They've become a cherished ally in our mission to empower young individuals through music education and cultural enrichment. Their commitment to fostering community development and cultural vibrancy resonates deeply with our objectives, making their support not just financial, but truly meaningful. The impact of Events DC support has been particularly beneficial in ensuring the safety of our youth in programs. Their funding has allowed us to expand our capacity, reach more youth in underserved communities, and guaranteeing their secure passage to and from their neighborhoods. This support is not just about music education, it's about creating a positive and secure environment for our youth to thrive. In conclusion, I implore the committee to reflect on the substantial impact Events DC has had on the East of the River Boys and Girls Steel Band and organizations like ours striving to provide alternatives and opportunities for youth and the broader community. Their commitment has not only enriched the lives of countless young individuals, but has also woven vibrant threads.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Gaines. I'm gonna have to, oh, I'm sorry.
There was still some
Still,
time.
you still have time. I heard a bit, but I'm apologize for that. And if
No
you want to
worries.
go over for about a minute, I'm gonna give you that time because I messed up. Sorry about that.
Thank you. The lives of countless young individuals have been impacted, but the vibrant threads into the tapestry, cultural tapestry that defines our city. I extend my deepest gratitude to you, Chairman McDuffie, and committee members for your unwavering support of cultural organizations like ours, and Events DC's dedication to investing in the cultural fabric of our city has elevated that vibrancy of our neighborhoods, contributing significantly to the economic and social well-being of our community. And I stand ready to answer any questions you may have and appreciate your valuable time and consideration.
Again, I want to apologize, Ms. Gaines, for interrupting. I'm a little rusty here. That was a 1 minute warning that I heard. It was not the end of your testimony, and I do appreciate your testimony. I actually want to ask you how many youth are members of the Steel Band?
So we are right now at about 17, but expect to impact about 60 youth this year.
Okay, how does that work then? If you're at 17, you expect to impact 60 youth. If you could explain
So
how you're going to touch that many youth.
we've actually partnered. We have some recruitment events that are coming up currently, and then we've actually partnered with the Far Southeast Strengthening Collaborative to we just had a meeting yesterday. I'm trying to remember the name of the. We're expanding into Congress Heights.
Okay,
So
that's great.
there's a community in Congress Heights that has a number of youth that are anxious to participate in after school programs. And then we'll be partnering with them to touch that amount of kids this.
Does every youth who you all engage a member of the Steel Band and actively plays in the Steel Band, or are you all engaging them in a way that even if they aren't necessarily members of the Steel Band are somehow receiving supports and services from the work that you all are doing?
So yes, so on Mondays and Wednesdays, we have practice specifically for PAN. And then on Saturdays, we also have our Ella program, which is our Leadership and Life Skills Academy, where they can learn anything from personal hygiene, yoga, mental health workshops, and production workshops in our Ella program. So we have both to offset and balance our young people out.
And I'm keen on some aspects of your testimony where you talked about how what you all do is beneficial in ensuring the safety, and it's what you all do and Events DC's work in supporting the work that you all do is beneficial in ensuring the safety of youth and securing passage in the neighborhoods. You talk about the economic and social security that results from the partnership with Events DC and supporting the work that you all do. Can you talk a little bit more about safety aspects of your work? I often talk with Director Angie Gates about how important Events DC's grant making work is, and the venues they provide, where there are all types of sports activities and other extracurricular activities outside of school, that I draw a direct nexus with public safety. When youth are provided with opportunities outside of school, outside of their home, to be in structured activities such as what you're describing with the steel band. So could you just talk about, expand a little bit on what you meant when you said that it helps to ensure safety?
Yes. So in youth work, we know that the most vulnerable time for our young people is those hours after school. So between the hours of 3 p.m. and typically around 8 p.m., we think about where our kids are going to and from school or after school programs. Though at those times, they're the most vulnerable. And so we have our program at the Episcopal Church on the Atonement, which is at East Capitol Street. And so between around 5:30 and 8, we are in practice, Monday and Wednesday in particular. The program will be between 3 and 7 in the Congress Heights neighborhood. And then we work to transport our young people to their houses. So with the grants that we get from, with the funding we get from Events DC, we provide transportation back and forth to young people's houses directly, so that their parents aren't coming to necessarily pick them up, or they're walking in the neighborhood by themselves, or they're walking home by themselves. We make sure that they get safely to their door.
I'm glad to hear that. How much is the grant that Events DC provided?
So this year we received $8,000 from Events DC, but in the years past, we've received probably upwards of 13,000.
Each annually or cumulatively?
Each
Each year?
each year. Yeah.
Got it. All right. Thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next entity is Destination DC, which is a private nonprofit corporation that serves as the lead organization to market Washington, DC locally and abroad, and as a top-tier global destination for conventions, tourism, and special events. As a contracting arm of Events DC, the organization is funded by a percentage of DC's hotel occupancy tax, along with membership dues and cooperative marketing fees. Destination DC generates economic development by developing and executing centralized and cohesive sales and marketing strategies. Now I'm going to call up our panel of public witnesses for Destination DC: Donna Westmoreland, John Armstrong, and Ralph Shakur. Good morning to both of you. Thanks for joining us this morning. We're going to begin with Donna Westmoreland.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and committee members. I'm Donna Westmoreland, and I serve as the COO of IMP. I'm a board member, and our DC venues are all member organizations of Destination DC, the official destination marketing organization for Washington, DC. IMP is a 40-plus-year-old independent company which operates and promotes concerts and events at the 930 Club, the Anthem, the Lincoln Theater, and the New Atlantis. We have also promoted and produced events at RFK Stadium, Capital One Arena, and on the National Mall, showcasing both world-renowned and homegrown musical and comedic talent. For many years, first as a member and now as I serve on the board, I've seen firsthand the work that Destination DC does to promote our city. Elliot Ferguson and team excel at telling compelling and positive stories about Washington, D.C., creating a strong narrative to attract more visitors from the U.S. and around the world. This is especially important since during any given news cycle, the country and the world may be focused on negative stories in our destination. The current marketing campaign, There's Only One DC, ensures that visitors understand the vast and varied experiences in DC that can only be found here. We benefit from Destination DC's promotion of the neighborhoods and music scene, and IMP's venues and shows add value to the visitor experience. These visitors attend concerts and eat out at restaurants, stay in hotels, and experience other events in and around the city. In addition to my role with IMP and Destination DC, I also serve as chair of the board of the Southwest Business Improvement District. Destination DC's focus on driving more visitors into our neighborhoods benefits local business owners, our workforce, and our residents to the tune of more than $8 billion in visitor spending in 2022. Thank you for investing in tourism. The work that Destination DC does to market the city is crucial to keep the perception of our city positive and to keep our destination thriving while myriad cities of all compete for more visitors. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Did you get a chance to provide us your written testimony yet?
Yes.
Oh, you did? Okay, great. I know we got a bunch of testimony that
Yeah.
came in either late last night or early this morning. So I want to thank everybody who has already done that. Next.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. I'm John Armstrong, a Washington, D.C. born owner of John Armstrong Photography, a local small business located in the Truxton Circle neighborhood at 52 O Street Northwest. I'm a proud member of Destination DC, also a 2023 DEI Business Fellow. Being a member of Destination DC has helped me grow my business and benefit from reaching new audiences, for example, human factors and ergonomics professionals, major transit professionals, national caregiver professionals, Major League Soccer, All-Star Week activation pros, hotel industry professionals, and more. Destination DC provides valuable insight into the types of businesses coming into the city, so I can identify new types of clients as I grow my company. For example, as a member, I have access to the convention calendar, which outlines major meetings and events taking place at the Walter E. Washington Convention Center and various hotels throughout the city. The calendar is a source of new business opportunities as I can reach out to meeting planners hosting their events in Washington, D.C. That is important for my event photography portion of my business. Last year, I had at least 3 leads directly through my participation with Destination DC that I wouldn't have known about otherwise. The networking that Destination DC provides has been valuable. I've been able to exchange information with other members at tourism industry events and now have potential collaborations with local videographers, different restaurant owners, and hospitality divisions in a smaller hotel. Finally, Destination DC provides valuable exposure and additional marketing channels. As a small business, there's only so much time I have for marketing. So Destination DC's website, washington.org, is another opportunity to increase my visibility. One cannot rely on Google alone. The work that Destination DC does to promote the city's small businesses to tourism audience is crucial to my bottom line. I appreciate that the council recognizes the importance of tourism to Washington, D.C. and its ability to positively impact local businesses like mine. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Good morning. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Rauf Shakir. I'm the CEO of USA Guided Tours. I have some talking points here today. I know I only have 2 minutes, but 3. Okay, that's good. So I just wanted to highlight the importance of Destination DC. I moved to DC in 2021. My first job here in Washington, DC was a bellman at the DuPont Hotel. It used to be called the Jury's Hotel. And I worked as a bellman there for like 5 years. In 2010, we started USA Guided Tours. And today in 2024, our company is estimated to be more valued than what, $50 million, right? And that's a direct result of us working with Destination DC. You know, we started our company in it was 2013. We had one vehicle in our fleet, and today we have more than 43 vehicles in our fleet, right? And that's a direct, honestly, working with Destination DC. Like, we've been on sales missions, we've been to trade shows, and, you know, there's a lot of benefits, obviously, that comes to being a member of Destination DC, but a lot of it has to do with all of the relationships that we can build through Destination DC. So, working as a bellman at a hotel, I learned early on that, you know, working as a hotel, we serve as a direct contact for all the visitors that are coming to Washington, D.C. And as we built our tour company, I realized that Destination DC gave us contact with all of the companies and organizations that bring visitors here to Washington, D.C. So my first sales mission with Destination DC was in 2015. And it was during that time that I really recognized the importance of building a relationship with a lot of these companies. And we would not have been able to build a relationship with these companies without our relationship with Destination DC. So today, I'm proud to say that we've been a member for almost 8 years. And starting in 2013 with one vehicle, we have over 43 vehicles in our fleet today. You know, so I hope that sums up, you know, the benefit of us working with Destination DC.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. I appreciate you all sharing the benefits of being able to work with Destination DC, given the critical work that it does in attracting tourism to District of Columbia, marketing District of Columbia, and how it thinks about our small and local businesses along the way in that process. Are there things that you think Destination DC can do more of to support the work that you and other businesses like you are engaging in the District of Columbia? It's not necessarily criticism, but are there things that you like that they're doing that perhaps they should be doubling down on, making additional investments in?
I mean, on my end, right, we have members with a lot of organizations, right? And I think, you know, a lot of organizations, they bring members in and they forget about their members, right? They've been extremely active with all of our members, right? And I think, you know, like, the ROI on our investment shows every day, like, you know, when we do with them, you know. So I really couldn't say anything. Like, the only thing I would say is, you know, whoever does HR for Destination DC does an amazing job, right? Because all of their team members represent, you know, who they present themselves to be, like from leadership all the way down.
Okay.
You know, and that's an honest.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That I don't often get that in testimony about agency performance. And so I want to thank you for that observation. You know, I know sometimes when agencies will reach out to people for witness testimony, it's helpful and it's insightful. But some of what we try to get at as a committee performing oversight are kind of, as you put it, the ROI, the return on investment. They're doing a lot. Obviously, what they do is so critical to our hospitality and tourism industry in the District of Columbia. We're seeing conventions, conferences come back, even as we hear challenges in certain industries related to our hospitality industry, like the restaurant industry. Are you, first of all, let me ask, you're a board member, correct?
Yes.
You're a member. Are you also a member of Destination DC? I'm talking to
Yes.
John Armstrong.
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are?
Yeah,
Okay,
no.
great. Okay, how long have you been a member?
For a year.
Okay, okay.
I'm going on my second year. The first year was I was the DEI, part of the DEI fellowship program.
I wanted to
business
ask you
fellow-
about that, actually. I made a note. So tell me, I'm not familiar with that. What is the DEI Business Fellowship Program?
The DEI Business Fellowship Program was created 2 years ago, 2 years ago. So I was part of the second cohort, and it was, I guess, a group to give underserved businesses or people of businesses, people of color, women, that sort of thing, an opportunity to network and have a foundation for a group of networking and business.
Okay.
And-
How'd you find it? Was it beneficial? Did you find it beneficial?
I did. I kind of related to either like going to college or a group or fraternity. You have instant friends,
Mhm.
so you can bond, and it makes it easier to do business. And so we had special events for the DEI fellowships, like going to a Mystics game or something like that. I'd never been to a Mystics game. So I got over to.
Six games are great, by the way.
Yeah,
Got
they
more.
are.
Yeah.
I would have, and without the fellowship and Destination DC, I probably wouldn't have gone over there to see the game. But meeting those people and saying, "Hey, how you doing?" And then so you have fellowship and talk business. So it was very beneficial.
Okay. All right. Is there anything you want? I saw you wanted to add something.
Yes, as a board member, I saw you were asking about, is there anything else to invest?
Yes.
That they should invest in? I will say that and I don't recall the exact name of it, but the hotel tax that they participate in the revenues from that.
Sure.
As a board member, seeing their reports, I would say that for every additional dollar they get, they have exponential ROI. And they take whatever they get, they find the best investment for it. I agree wholeheartedly with the other gentleman's comment about the HR, that it is a stellar group of people, and they take what they do very seriously, and they every dollar they get, it's $1 or $2 more that they in ROI that they get every single time. It's very impressive.
Can I add something to that? If you don't
Please,
mind?
please. Can you make sure your mic is on though? Although I can hear you, I want to make sure the folks at home can hear you. Yeah.
When you're a small business, there are a lot of companies that bring business to DC, right? And you don't get access to those organizations when you're a small business, right? But being a member of Destination DC gives you the access, right? So when we participate in IPW, it's a trade show, for example, if I attended on my own and attempted to schedule meetings with a lot of these big organizations, right? They may not have time to meet with me, right? But being a member of Destination DC, right? It gives you a certain amount of credibility to know that, like, okay, you're a legit company. So that was like one of like the biggest hacks in working in tourism in DC, is attending all of these trade shows and being a part of Destination DC team members. You know, and that's a big value right there.
Appreciate you adding that. Donna Westmoreland, when you were talking about the hotel tax, were you talking about the recent 2022 hospitality tourism
Yes.
enhancement that we did?
Yes.
By emergency? Okay, great.
Exactly.
Okay.
And yeah, and it's been really amazing to see what they've done with
Okay,
that money.
great.
Thank you.
We're definitely gonna plan to dive into that when Elliot Ferguson appears before us later next month. So thank each of you for your testimony. Really appreciate you coming down in person to provide it. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, or DISB as it's also known. DISB's mission is to protect district consumers by providing effective, equitable, and efficient regulatory supervision of financial services companies, firms, and individuals. DISB also is charged with attracting and retaining financial service firms in the District of Columbia. I'd like to call our next panel of public witnesses and just also ask again that participants who are participating via Zoom, please mute their microphones when they're not speaking. I'll make a call for Joseph Lightman Santa Cruz, Nicole Jones, Mike Litt, Michael DeLong, Deanna Noel, actually, I'm gonna just make a call for the first four. So we'll stop at Michael DeLong if the first four are present. Joseph Lightman Santa Cruz, I do not see in person. You can stand back because you might. Nicole Jones, you can have a seat because I do not see Joseph Lightman Santa Cruz, Nicole Jones. Mike Litt, okay. Michael DeLong, all right. Deanna Noel, and I believe I made a call for Alma Musbosvi. All right. I thank each of you for appearing before the committee in person and taking the time to be here with us. We're going to begin with Mike Litt, Consumer Campaign Director, U.S. PRG. You can hit the button at the base of your microphone.
Here we go.
There you go.
Chair McDuffie, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Mike Litt. I'm the Consumer Campaign Director for the U.S. PERG Education Fund and a resident of Ward 6. As a national consumer group, we are concerned about the impacts of climate change on consumers and investors. It is ironic and infuriating that the companies insuring our homes and livelihoods against disasters are contributing to disasters from climate change-related floods, hurricanes, and wildfires. Here in DC, Travelers is the #1 provider of homeowners and commercial insurance. Without insurance, fossil fuel projects have difficulty getting the financing and investments they need to operate. Travelers and others are providing that insurance and investing premiums in the fossil fuel industry. Mayor Bowser recently released the carbon-free DC strategy when she attended COP28, where global leaders convened to remain on target to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. According to an assessment of the fossil fuel policies of 30 leading global insurers, none are aligned with that target, including Travelers, which is ranked among the worst for its underwriting policies. Travelers and others are putting DC residents at risk. We can expect to see increased extreme heat events, flooding, and poor air quality in our region. They are putting homeowners at risk. Insurance companies hike premiums to pass on the higher costs of claims to their customers, which tightens household budgets, freezes people out of the market entirely, and those who have insurance could lose it altogether. They're putting investors at risk. As insured losses increase, so does the risk to investors whose portfolios include stocks in insurance companies. In addition, more fossil fuel projects will likely expose companies across all industry sectors to the financial risk related to climate change, which may depress the value of virtually all assets. And they're putting small businesses at risk, not just of high premiums and property damage, but also lost revenue. By choosing not to insure fossil fuel projects, Travelers and others in the industry could help shift resources away from infrastructure that pollutes our air and harms our climate. To conclude, we ask this committee to work with the DISB to protect DC residents from the risks of climate change posed by the insurance industry. In the meantime, we call on Travelers to stop contributing to those risks in the first place. I've included with my written testimony a petition signed by DC residents about these concerns. Please let us know how we can be helpful to you moving forward. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Next is Michael DeLong with the Consumer Federation of America. Welcome. And if you can hit the button one more time, you see a red light appear on the top of the mic.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Michael DeLong. I'm a Research and Advocacy Associate with Consumer Federation of America. We're here to testify on 2 topics. First, we urge DISB to continue its work to combat unfair discrimination in auto insurance. And second, we urge the committee and department to work together to protect DC residents from the risks of climate change posed by the insurance industry and for insurance companies to stop underwriting fossil fuel projects. Auto insurers use a whole bunch of socioeconomic factors that result in safe drivers being charged unfairly high premiums and that result in unfair bias throughout the insurance process, from pricing and selling to claims handling and fraud fighting. And these factors include someone's education level, their job or occupation, their marital status, gender, homeownership status, and credit information. And these factors disproportionately hurt Black, Latino, Indigenous, and low-income residents. And several years ago, Consumer Reports actually found that a DC driver with a clean driving record but poor credit would pay 33% more on average for auto insurance than a driver who has excellent credit but a drunk driving conviction. So when drunk drivers are paying less than safe drivers, an investigation of industry practices and the algorithmic bias, that's the minimum that can be done. So we appreciate that DISB has undertaken an investigation of potential bias in the DC auto insurance market. We're eager to review the impending report about their findings. We're concerned that it hasn't yet been released. We anticipate that there will be a review of auto insurance quotes, underwriting, and pricing, and it will be important for future efforts. Because Washington, D.C. requires every driver to purchase auto insurance, we believe it is incredibly important that this report be issued without delay. Turning to our second issue, the intersection of climate change in the insurance sector, we join with our colleagues to highlight the importance that you focus on how insurance companies are contributing to rising insurance costs by underwriting fossil fuel projects. These projects, like oil pipelines or coal-fired power plants, they're critical contributors to climate change. They result in stronger and more frequent natural disasters and weather conditions, and that in turn drives up insurance premiums. So without insurance, most fossil fuel companies would find it difficult to get the financing and investments they need to operate. And to make matters worse, a bunch of insurance companies take the premiums they get from consumers and they invest them back into the fossil fuel industry. So they're making the problem worse. Right now, the very companies that are charged with insuring consumers, homes, and livelihoods against disaster, they're contributing to the devastating effects on their homes and lives. And we draw attention to Travelers Insurance because it's the largest provider of commercial and homeowners insurance in the District of Columbia. Despite criticism and organizing from shareholders and organizers, Travelers has continued to fund oil and gas related projects, strongly resisted any efforts to phase that out. Insurance companies need to be held accountable when the decisions they make to invest in fossil fuel projects harm our climate and increase insurance costs for everyone. So we urge the committee to work with the department to protect DC residents from the risks of climate change posed by the insurance industry. Contact us at mDeLong at Consumer Fed with any questions. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Next is Deanna Noel. Thank you for joining us this morning. You can begin your testimony.
Okay, good morning. My name is Deanna Noel. I am the Climate Campaigns Director at Public Citizen. We're a national public interest advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C. with over 500,000 members and supporters. Like my colleagues here, I'd like to bring to the council's attention the insurance industry's role in fueling climate change through its underwriting and financing of the fossil fuel industry. Here in DC, as has been said, Travelers Insurance is the #1 provider of homeowners and commercial insurance. Travelers is also one of the largest oil and gas insurers in the world and has over $4 billion invested in fossil fuels. It currently does not limit support for conventional oil and gas related projects, despite warnings from the International Energy Agency that we must stop all new oil and gas development and exploration to curb the worst impacts of the climate crisis. Travelers has been so slow to adopt policies that it's at the center of an open congressional investigation in the Senate Budget Committee, looking into it and other major U.S. insurers' climate-related lobbying and policies. Travelers is putting DC residents at risk by participating in a vicious cycle of insuring and profiting off of fossil fuels. In DC, climate change shows up in the form of heavier rainfall, flooding, heat waves, and more. These and other climate-driven severe weather events can lead to catastrophic losses for families and entire communities, and the financial costs are staggering. Last year alone, the U.S. experienced $28 billion or more climate-related disasters. Several major insurers have announced that they will exit entire climate-vulnerable regions that they deem too risky to insure. Consumers who are already paying high premiums are then left scrambling to find new insurance or a last resort program that may offer only bare bones coverage, if they can find insurance at all. U.S. home insurance premiums increased by 21% between May of 2022 and May of 2023 due to an increase in weather-related claims, and insurers have frequently cited climate change in their decision to withdraw from certain locations. And insurers themselves are not immune to the impacts of climate change. Travelers faced over $2 billion in climate-related losses last year alone. Insurance companies claim to be society's risk managers, yet Travelers is causing climate risk and harm to DC residents. I have a 3-year-old and a 5-month-old. Both are inheriting a world where insurance companies are actively insuring the fossil fuel industry. The fossil fuel industry is an industry who, just like big tobacco, knew about the risks their products posed, covered up those risks, and spearheaded a decades-long misinformation campaign to deceive the public while they raked in billions in profit. Travelers is complicit in these harms. Fossil fuel projects cannot operate without insurance. We're here to ask Travelers drop support for the fossil fuel industry and stop putting DC residents in harm's way. I appreciate the council for listening to my remarks this morning.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Next is Alma Musvosvi.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Council member or chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Alma Mushoshi, and I'm testifying on behalf of Americans for Financial Reform. Americans for Financial Reform was formed in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, and it's a nonprofit organization that fights to eliminate inequity and systemic racism in the financial system in service of a just and sustainable economy. I'm here today to talk about the financial risks that climate change poses to DC residents and how the DC Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking and financial institutions in the district should respond by adopting guidance for banks and insurers to manage these risks without withdrawing from low-income communities or communities of color and always adhering to fair lending and other consumer protection laws. Climate risks like flooding, extreme heat, and other severe weather events are becoming increasingly prevalent in DC and across the world. As a result, financial institutions are increasingly incurring costs and facing challenges in managing these risks and often pushing the costs onto consumers. Regulators across the country have been clear. Financial institutions must work quickly to manage climate financial risks and build resilience. Unfortunately, many insurers have responded to climate change impacts by abruptly retreating or drastically raising rates while sorry, are they're responding to climate change impacts by abruptly retreating or drastically raising rates from whole communities and states viewed as facing significant environmental risks. At the same time, many invest in and insure carbon-intensive projects like fossil fuel expansion that contribute to the climate crisis. These practices disproportionately impact low-income communities and communities of color who are more likely to live in vulnerable areas. Lenders typically mandate that homeowners insurance as a prerequisite for a mortgage, yet insurance companies are progressively raising premiums or withdrawing from states altogether, and banks often follow suit by rationing credit, especially to the lowest wealth borrowers. This will exacerbate the home affordability crisis by raising costs for already struggling homeowners and renters. Given all this, the department is uniquely positioned to address these issues and make for a more climate resilient financial system in the district that better protects DC residents from financial harm. We urge them to do so by adopting guidance for banks and insurers similar to that from the New York State Department of Financial Services, which supports efforts to regulate its institutions to manage climate financial risk without withdrawing from low-income communities. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you each for providing testimony this morning. I want to make sure, I did see that we had testimony from at least one of the witnesses, not to suggest that you all haven't emailed it, but I want to make sure we have. Has everybody provided their testimony in writing? If you could turn your mic on for me, just
I did not, but I can email it immediately.
that'd be great.
Or we emailed that, or I'll get the address.
Yeah, it's okay, it's the HMS system online at the council's website.
Okay.
That'd be great. So, I appreciate your testimony. I want to make sure that I heard suggestions that you all are making, if you made it in your testimony, for the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking. I believe, and I want to make sure I'm not mispronouncing your name. How do you pronounce your last name, ma'am? If you could turn your mic on for me.
Mushoshi?
Okay. You mentioned specifically some suggestions for DISB. Did the others mention suggestions for DISB in your testimony on how they might address it? You mentioned what New York is doing. And I want to just know if there's any other sort of models or best practices or suggestions based on what others have done to address what you articulated in your testimony. Yes, please.
Public citizen I'll submit my verbal testimony. We also have written testimony that we'll be submitting with policy options for the council to take. Similar to Alma, we would say that DC could follow the lead of states like Connecticut and New York in issuing guidance to insurers on climate-related risks. And we can expand on that in the written testimony.
That'd be great. I'd love to make sure I have that. I believe I have this is testimony from Michael DeLong, so thank you for providing that. And we'll make sure we print out the other testimony that we got via email. Sure, please.
Yeah, mine is also up on the website.
Oh, perfect,
Yep.
perfect. We may have just gotten to it a little late, so I appreciate you providing it already. And look forward to looking at what you all are recommending and suggesting. Both the council or the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking look at as best practices to address some of these practices that insurers are engaging in. So thank you for your testimony this morning. Appreciate it. Yes, please.
Yeah, Michael DeLong again from Consumer Federation of America. We just wanted to say we support those proposals as well, saying that there should be strong guidance. The department should provide strong guidance for insurance companies on likes trying not funding fossil fuel projects. And I think the most important thing is that they should push the insurance industry to take like a constructive role, because climate change is already here. It's causing insurance costs to go up, not just in Florida and Louisiana, but here in DC and across the country as well. And at the very minimum, the insurance companies should be trying to improve the problem, not making it worse. And with every oil pipeline or coal-fired power plant that they underwrite, it is made worse, unfortunately. So the time to act is now, and the department should take action immediately.
And when you say that you support those proposals as well, the proposals you're referring to are the ones that Deanna Noel articulated or referenced in her testimony?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you each. Next on our list, Michael Eccles. I think we have some witnesses testifying virtually for Disby. Felicia Danzler, president of ASME Local 2743. Dean Stewart, Holly Pollinger, Jacqueline McSears Bowles, Donna Grigsby, Max Broad, and Laura Levinson. But we do have one additional in-person witness who we want to thank for joining us this morning. And so we'll begin this panel with Michael Eccles. Welcome, and you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Sure, thank you. Good morning. So thank you for the opportunity to testify to the Oversight DC Insurance Security and Banking. My submission reflects my experience as a beneficiary of the organization and the benefit it provides to the community. My name is Mike Eccles. I'm the CEO of Max Cybersecurity. I'm a recipient of a line of credit from City First Enterprises. It's a community developed financial institution that partners with Disby. We assessed the BizCap program through CFE on 2 separate occasions. The first approved during COVID-19 and the last approved summer 2023. We are a current constituent. Let me first express my gratitude and appreciation for the understanding that the city has shown towards small business financial challenges and requirements when developing the BizCap program. The program management, marketing of services, abilities to communicate with Disby officials provides real value for small businesses like mine. Our client base now includes U.S. government and commercial clients, the National Science Foundation, FDIC, New Jersey Transit, Walmart. We value the assistance received to help the business. My current engagement with Disby has proven important in creating a profitable and respected cybersecurity business entity. Less obvious, we can now conceive of a future Washington, D.C. training center and resilience hub as a part of a Max cybersecurity portfolio. This is possible because there is a support mechanism like Disby with goals that align with our company. The BizCap program provided Max cybersecurity collateral support for loan approval when traditional banks said no. The denial was solely based on a lack of collateral and years of business. Without collateral support, I would no longer be in business. And although I would be supporting the resilience of communities and the nation in some way, I would not be afforded the capacity to engage the local community as I've been able to do. So let me explain what I mean by engaging the local community. I'm a former cyber director at the Department of Homeland Security. I led a presidential advisory committee, was a representative to NATO, chair of communication sector. I developed partnerships to increase resilience in communities across the country. I left DHS in the end of 2016, and I funded the startup with my 401k. And so through setbacks from COVID-19 and slow contracting processes, it hurts all small businesses. I won 2 contracts at the end of 2017. I was able to go in and use my past experience to do all the quality assessments for power restoration in Puerto Rico. Learning from these experiences, Max Cybersecurity began a process to make better financial decisions. And part of that is—
Mr. Eccles, I'm gonna have to cut you short. We got about 75 public witnesses who signed up to testify. So I hate to cut you short because I really appreciated hearing your testimony, but I want to make sure I'm respectful for all the witnesses' time. I do have a question though. The name of your company, have you submitted your written testimony to us?
Yes,
And the name of your company is, what's the?
Max,
Max.
M-A-X,
MAX, got it.
cybersecurity.
Okay. And it's based in the District of Columbia?
Yes,
Is it a CBE certified
It
business
is.
enterprise? Okay. All right. And you established it when?
at the end of 2016.
Got it. Okay.
And it's just one point that I wanted to make.
Sure,
And it was
please.
just the point that in being in business versus working for the Department of Homeland Security or anywhere else, it affords me the opportunity to train children, workforce development, train senior citizens to protect themselves and those types of things.
Okay. Do you have any employees with your company?
Yes.
How many employees do you have?
Currently, I have 8.
Okay.
That varies based on government contracts. I've had as many as 30.
Okay. And you have had contracts both with government, federal, do you have any local contracts, local government contracts in the past or present?
I do not. And part of that is, I guess, another hearing, but part of that is the way that they contract, the way that they write up
Are
their
you
scope of
referring to
works.
DC government in particular?
DC
or-
government.
Okay. All right.
I do stuff all over the country. I have not found a opportunity in DC that
Right. Okay. But you also do it with private companies as well?
Walmart's one of my customers.
Got it. All right. Have you done any work with any sports betting companies?
I have not.
Okay.
We're looking into that. I've seen the ads that the city has put forth for opportunities to learn more.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Well, I appreciate your testimony. And
Thank you.
Feel welcome to follow up with the committee if you have any questions about Department of Small Local Business Development, DISB, or other agencies that we have in our cluster. Where do you reside in the region?
I live in National Harbor.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Another call for Felicia Danzler. Ask me local 2743. I don't see her on the virtual panel or in person. Gene Stewart is present. If you want to turn on your video, unmute yourself. Thank you for joining us this morning. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jean Stewart, and I'm a longtime resident of DC in Ward 1. And as such, I'm concerned about the well-being of the city that I love and of all of us who live and do business here. Specifically, I want to join others addressing the dangers of the climate crisis to our health, lives, businesses, and budgets in the form of increasing heat waves, flooding, and the episodes of very dangerous air pollution that we encountered from raging wildfires elsewhere. This can only increase. And I'm testifying to alert the council, which you're hearing, and the DISB to the role of large insurance companies in propagating the use of dangerous and polluting fossil fuels in our homes and businesses. And as you've heard, the Travelers is the #1 provider of insurance to homeowners and commercial enterprises in DC. So I'm joining with so many others, raising our voices about the dangers and costs of Travelers' contribution to the threats of the climate crisis in our city. There's a real paradox in seeing insurance companies withdrawing from some areas of the country, like California and Florida, due to their increased liability from fire, wind, and flood, while these same companies continue to provide insurance for large fossil fuel projects. Excuse me. Travelers was found in 2020 to be one of the top 3 providers of coverage for oil and gas industry. This just feeds the increasing threats from climate-related events that cost the insurers increasing amounts of money for claims, and for the insured, higher premiums as the companies pass on these costs to us. And my ask is for the council to express these concerns from us here in DC about Travelers' investment policies to the DISB, and to ensure urge the agency to press travelers to change its business plan from supporting and accelerating the climate damaging fossil fuel industry to one that invests instead in clean energy sources. This will benefit the company by slowing the increase in liabilities from disasters and will help the insured to be able to continue to afford to pay premiums. It would help the district to meet Mayor Bowser's climate goals and her recently released carbon-free DC strategy. It would be a big step to protect us in DC from worsening climate dangers, and on a larger scale, if travelers as an industry leader can be convinced by the DISB to stop propping up polluting projects, it could lead to a positive domino effect across the industry. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for taking the time to provide the committee with testimony. Holly Pollinger, good morning to you. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good day, council members. My name is Holly Pollinger. I live in Ward 3, and I've been a resident of the district for more than 50 years. I'm here today because I'm greatly distressed to hear that Travelers Companies is still insuring the fossil fuel industry. Many of my neighbors in Ward 3 have Travelers as their homeowners insurance and will be appalled when I tell them about this. Not only that, but I know the Travelers' name. I know their reputation for being a good and venerable company. They've been around for a long time, perhaps even longer than I have. What's happened to them? Surely they are rapidly making plans to stop supporting oil and gas projects and replace that business with clean energy businesses. I know that they can influence others into doing the right thing also. They and other insurance companies must rise to the challenge of global warming, the existential event of our time. It is, when you think about it, actually unthinkable that the insurance companies are, in fact, insuring the very companies that are causing global warming in the first place. Let me repeat that. Travelers is insuring the oil and gas companies that are causing the world climate to change so drastically that our grandchildren are facing death. My grandchildren are facing death because of what Travelers is doing. This is not an exaggeration. We know for a fact that our world will heat up to the point where humans will not survive if we don't fight everywhere on Earth to make enormous changes very rapidly. And closer to home, how can the District of Columbia ever meet its own goals for a carbon-free DC strategy when companies like Travelers are still doing dirty business here and everywhere? Our own Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking must help Travelers do the right thing and protect DC citizens from climate change. So now that we know, we cannot unknow, can we? We will spread the word throughout our city, and we will not let Travelers or any other insurance companies continue to fund oil and gas companies. And we call upon you and Travelers to do the right thing now, before it's too late. Thank you for listening.
And thank you for providing testimony to the committee this morning. We appreciate it. Our next witness is Jacqueline McSears Bowles. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us this morning. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Councilman and committee. Industrial Bank offers financial literacy and bank on DC accounts to serve incarcerated individuals. In 2022, the National Financial Capability Study by FINRA Foundation, which surveyed 27,118 American adults in 2021, concluded that 2/3 of Americans are challenged with comprehending a basic financial literacy test. This staggering national issue impacts even greater numbers among the underserved communities of incarcerated citizens. As a successful re-entry of previously incarcerated citizens raises national focus and law reform, Industrial Bank takes pride in being a leader and proponent among financial institutions. Recognizing the need for financial knowledge, at the beginning of 2016, Industrial Bank began financial literacy training within the walls of a Baltimore jail, working in partnership with a nonprofit engaging youth males charged as adults. In 2018, this program expanded to the DC jail and by 2021 to Lee and Tuberville Correctional Institutions in South Carolina. By bringing awareness and financial knowledge to these communities, Industrial Bank has since realized not only the importance of teaching financial concepts, but the importance of actually offering bank accounts. Our longstanding partnership with Bank on DC was identified as the best opportunity to offer such accounts. Industrial Bank offers savings, CDs, and IRA accounts to those currently incarcerated with minimum opening requirements and no fees for the duration of their confinement. The low-cost structure and design of Bank on DC account relationships has supported countless Industrial Bank customers who were or underbanked during our longstanding partnership. This resource has now extended to the incarcerated population beyond the bank's footprint. We receive letters from throughout the jail and prison facility network, coupled with actual bank account inquiry opportunities. We proudly consider ourselves a direct interrupter from the financial aspect of recidivism. Our continued partnership with Bank on DC and other committed organizations supports our mission to make a positive contribution to the lives of our customers and foster economic progress within our local communities. Industrial Bank is one of the largest African-American full-service banks in the United States. We have 5 branch locations in the District of Columbia, 2 in Newark, New Jersey, 1 in Harlem, and soon to be 3 in Prince George's County. Since 1934, 90 years ago, we have been a strong partner for local and small businesses, homeowners, and personal banking customers. We pride ourselves as a CDFI, which reinvests 60% of our assets back into the communities that we serve. Our strategic partnership with Bank on DC is wonderful. Thank you so much, Councilman. God bless. Have a great day.
And thank you so much for providing your testimony this morning. Our next witness is Donna Grigsby with the Metropolitan Washington Bankers Group. You want to
Good
unmute
morning.
yourself, turn on your video. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Duffy, Commissioner Woods, and distinguished guests. It is my pleasure to provide the testimony to the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Donna Grigsby. I'm the Community Development Manager for TD Bank, covering the Mid-South region, primarily focusing on community activity in the Washington, Baltimore metropolitan area, as well as Delaware. I'm the co-chair of the Metro Washington Bankers Group, which consists of financial institutions located in the Washington metropolitan area. The current bank members include Wood Forest, United Bank, M&T, Fulbright, TD, Truist, PNC, and Primis, to name a few. The Metropolitan Washington Bankers Group has a long-standing partnership with the Department of Insurance and Banking. At such partnerships, opportunities can be demonstrated as follows. The Metro Bankers Group supports various programs such as Bank On, which is a collaborative effort between the District of Columbia's Department of Insurance and Banking and the financial institutions, many of whom are members of the Metro Banking Group, that provide access to safe and affordable financial services, products to the unbanked and underbanked households in the District of Columbia. Another opportunity for us is the Berry Summer Youth Program. We conduct financial literacy workshops with the DC youth who are participating in the Berry Summer Youth Program. Workshops include such subjects as understanding credit, the importance of saving, understanding your paycheck. The DC Reach for small business, affordable housing, and credit work streams also include many of our members along with Washington leaders who participate in the DC Reach initiatives to address the lack of diversity in finance and access to wealth building by focusing on credit, counseling, repair, affordable homeownership, and entrepreneurship. We are identifying and addressing obstacles and existing solutions to propose products, service, programs, and policies to adjust existing solutions and to create new ones for equitable wealth building outcomes for the district residents. Several of the bankers also support the State Superintendent of Education, Office of Industrial Engagement, the DC Career Technical Education committees. Our bank members are on the Finance Committee and have created financial literacy events that focus on various financial educational topics, credit, importance of financing. We've also created events with guest speakers who share real career experiences with the DC public school students, and to show that there are people of color taking a leadership role in our financial institutions. We have a member of the group who holds a leadership position in the District of Columbia's Financial Literacy Council. What clearly demonstrates our part.
Thank you, Donna
Okay.
Grigsby, for your testimony.
Sure.
I'm gonna have to cut it there just because
Okay.
we have some other members who have signed
Thank
up to
you.
testify this morning. Thank you very much. And if you haven't already provided the committee with your written testimony, we'd love for the witnesses to do so. Our next
Okay.
witness is Max Broad, who's a group leader with Citizens Climate Lobby. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, and hello to members and staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development and representatives of the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking. As a longstanding member of DC's climate advocacy community, the DC chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby has been involved in local and national efforts to build people power for climate solutions in our democracy. We see collective action as essential to move the needle on climate change, and we praise both our fellow citizens and elected leaders who stand up to move us forward on climate stability. We're here to make an appeal for business leadership from the insurance sector. We have seen how climate change impacts our lives so directly. Last fall, DC felt the pain with the loss of life at the District Dogs facility when a surge of rain flooded the dog care facility and drowned several animals that were trapped in crates. DC government has taken measures to abate the impacts of climate change, such as the $583 million Northeast Boundary Tunnel used to relieve flooding. It is time for the business community to follow suit. As the #1 insurer of home and commercial policies in Washington, D.C., we hope that Travelers Insurance will take note of the opportunity to create a cleaner, greener world and cease underwriting of the fossil fuel projects that are driving climate pollution. This is not an appeal to Travelers' better angels. Stopping the source of pollution is directly in the interest of Travelers Insurance and underwriting agencies everywhere. Climate change has driven unfathomable costs to insurers. Last year, 3 weather events in the U.S. cost insurance agencies over $11 billion from flooding, tornadoes, and winter storms. The climate insurance nexus has gotten so severe that insurance agencies are starting to pull out of coverage for property owners who are susceptible to climate impacts. For example, Nationwide stated that it would no longer underwrite coverage for coastal properties that are susceptible to hurricane damage. Nonetheless, we recognize this would not be an easy transition for travelers. Although they have committed not to insure projects in the coal or oil sands industries, Travelers is still the 4th largest holder of fossil fuel related investments. Finacord ranked Travelers as one of the top 3 providers of coverage for the oil and gas industry. At CCLDC, we believe in the power of systemic change. We call on Travelers to be a voice of climate agency in an era desperately in need of business leadership. Thank you. Have a great day.
And thank you for your testimony this morning, Max Broad. Our next witness for Disby is Laura Levinson. Good morning to you. We got your testimony. Actually, you know what? I'm not sure we see you on this panel. I did want to ask if is Donna Grigsby still with us? Okay, I had a question for her.
Sorry, Chairman. Just to let you know, Ms. Levison said she had something come up last minute and wanted to send her apologies for not being able to testify in person.
I appreciate you sharing that with us. I know sometimes it's tough for folks to make hearings that are during the day. So just assure Ms. Levinson, as I will, all witnesses that if they want to provide written testimony for the record, we certainly invite them to do so. It's helpful for us. It helps inform the oversight that we plan to provide of the agencies when it comes time to question them about their performance. So I want to thank each of the witnesses. I don't have any questions for this panel. I note the theme of this panel related to insurance. I heard travelers mentioned several times by witnesses insuring fossil fuel companies, passing on costs to consumers. And so I want to thank the witnesses, each of them who testified about the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking's performance this morning. Our next agency that we'll hear witness testimony about is the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration, or APCA. APCA supports the public's health, safety, and welfare through the control and regulation of the sale and distribution of alcoholic beverages and cannabis. APCA also oversees, as I was stating, the district's medical cannabis program and implements the council's mandate to establish a social equity scoring structure into the medical cannabis program. With that, I'd like to call our panel of public witnesses for this agency and ask that our virtual participants please mute their microphones when they're not speaking. I believe all our witnesses for APCA are appearing before the committee virtually, and 4 witnesses signed up to testify: Frank Chauvin, Mackenzie Mans, Catherine Rust, and Eileen Johnson. Good morning to each of you. Thanks for joining us. We're going to begin with Frank Chauvin. Frank Chauvin, we see you on the panel. If you'd like to unmute yourself and turn on your video.
Can you hear me and see me?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
All right, one more. Here we go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's see, I'm about to start here. Thank you. Let's see. Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie and committee members. APCA staff continues to provide excellent and exemplary community responsiveness to our many inquiries, and I thank them for their persistently professional and solid public face and assistance. Today, just like the past 2 years, I asked this committee to help with some APCA and code deficiencies, which create a disservice to the public health and welfare of thousands of DC residents. With an aging alcohol code now approximately 27 years old, alcohol code improvements, which may have been regularly set aside but would reduce neighborhood impacts, are very needed more than ever and requested here. Important to know here is that the current and last 2 ANC Alcohol Committee chairpersons call for alcohol code reform. First, license revocation for bad actors. Most listening today may not know this, but there are 137 alcohol code iterations for license revocation, including references to revoke. Revocation is therefore a code tool which is well supported by the drafters of alcohol regulations. However, contrary to the safety and welfare of my neighbors and thousands of other throughout DC, this community safety and welfare protective tool, license revocation, is rarely or ever undertaken. Adversely impacted residential neighborhoods like mine are being failed here, whereby unyielding bad actors with alcohol licenses permissively continue their operations without opposition. They carry on with serious public safety violations, noise violations, and other code violations, acts of nuisance, and adverse impacts, which severely degrade the quality of life of adjacent residences and entire neighborhoods. On its face, as well as the merits, there are a handful of bad actors in my neighborhood, with hundreds of calls to the police and dispatches, homicide, stabbings, firearm wounds. Additionally, one establishment was slapped with a simple fine after running a cash operation for 3 years without, and even it was perhaps fraud, but without being shut down. Another instance includes gun assaults inside and outside of an establishment, resulting in an OAG mandated license sale to a party and an arm's length sale. This to the severe detriment of my neighborhood. Though supposedly at an arm's length sale, However, this sale resulted in the same employees, the same promoters, the same patrons with a new owner. And you should know that just this month, under a new owner, they were shut down by the police and are now under a continuing temporary suspension following the stabbing of 3 patrons in this club. I'm happy to meet with your staff to provide the specifics on these holders. One opportunity here is by working to reduce ABCA and OAG's use of the OIC, or offer and compromise. Overuse of the OIC reduces justice for communities. The OIC reduces convictions for violations of the
Frank
alcohol.
Chauvin,
Yes,
thank you so much for your testimony. Your time has expired.
thank you.
I'll probably have a question for you, though, if there's a point that you want to make that you didn't get a chance to make yet. Mackenzie Mans is our next witness, and so I'm going to turn to her for her testimony. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us this morning. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and staff. Thank you for having this oversight hearing today. I'm excited to be testifying about the Alcoholic Beverages and Cannabis Administration. Over the past year, ABCA has taken on a larger role in the medical cannabis industry in DC and rolled out 3 different open application periods that brought on more than 100 new businesses. I really applaud ABCA for their work to remove prior barriers in the application process that hindered social equity applicants and their willingness to sit down with any applicant who needs help. With that being said, the entire push to put gifting shops online as medical dispensaries and therefore open the market has, in my view, been too fast and caused unneeded confusion between ABCA workers, the public, and cannabis stakeholders. For example, on Monday, at a roll call hearing, there was major confusion over who had the right to protest a medical cannabis license. The law and regulations state that only ANC commissioners can protest a medical cannabis license. Yet, at the roll call hearing, 3 different groups of 3 were granted standing to protest a cannabis cultivation and manufacturing business. And when a lawyer brought up the law and regulations, there was noticeable confusion by the ABCA employee and the community members who had not been briefed or were not aware of how medical cannabis differs from the alcohol licensing process. Cannabis businesses already face an uphill battle when it comes to community support, as many neighbors view us as a nuisance, and mishaps like what took place on Monday only add fuel to the fire. Another great example of confusion in the cannabis community is about these current zoning issues. Some stakeholders are told they can only locate their new businesses in a PDR zone. However, the regulations, law, and ABCA website do not state that such zoning specificity is required. Social equity entrepreneurs who were granted a conditional license last year only have 4 more months to secure real estate, but they don't even know where to look. We all know real estate is a scarcity in DC, and the lack of clarity will inevitably lead to the failure of the social equity aspect of this program. I know Council and ABCA have all worked tirelessly to make this program equitable, but the rushed process has hamstrung all equity efforts. I strongly suggest that ABCA be allowed to slow down this process of bringing cannabis businesses online and take the time needed to do it right. I highly recommend legislation changes that permit ABCA to extend the timeline for onboarding conditional licenses and unlicensed businesses so that all community members, businesses, and employees can be on the same page and work together to have a strong, safe medical cannabis market. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony this morning. Just a final call for Catherine Russ and Eileen Johnson. I don't see any of them on the panel, so I want to turn back to Frank Chauvin. I know you've been in touch with my team about some of these issues that you testified about, so I plan to ask Director Musali directly for the agency's response and next steps at ABCA's government witness hearing next Wednesday. But is there one final point you wanted to make when I cut your testimony at the 3-minute mark?
Yes, thank you. I just have 2 sentences that were my other 2 topics. One, I asked this committee and ABCA to conduct a rule writing session on overconcentration. And secondly, I ask for ABCA registration of promoters, which continue and have been for many decades a problem and a thorn in the operations of good conduct at alcohol establishments. Thank you.
And thank you again for your testimony. Mackenzie Mans, you've been very involved in making recommendations on the process for unlicensed establishments to become regulated, and I've continued to be involved. You've continued to be involved throughout implementation. I appreciate what you've laid out in your testimony this morning. I plan to hold a hearing soon on my legislation to make permanent the legislation that the council passed on an emergency basis. I welcome your attendance and as well as your continued involvement at that hearing so that we can ensure that the council is really working to get this right. I say that understanding that things continue to evolve given how nascent this industry is here in the District of Columbia. So I thank you for your testimony. Is there any final remarks you wanted to add to your testimony before we transition to our next panel of witnesses, Mackenzie Mans?
No, I just want to say thank you for your work. We really appreciate you listening to us stakeholders and pushing the council to do what's needed. So I appreciate you and your staff.
You bet. Thank you so much to both of you. Next, we have the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. The OCFO, as it's also known, is an independent agency in the district that assists the mayor and council in managing the fiscal and financial stability, accountability, and integrity of the government of the District of Columbia. With that, I'd like to call our public witnesses testifying about the OCFO. We have Fritz Mohlhauser with the DC Open Government Coalition, who is appearing before us in person. We want to thank you for joining us at the Wilson Building this morning. We'll turn to our virtual witnesses next. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Fritz Mohlhauser. I'm the co-chair of the legal committee of the DC Open Government Coalition, community organization active on all types of open government questions, how to make records, meetings, data of government accessible to the public. We have appreciated working with you over the years as we fight with the Metro Transit Police over body-worn cameras. It evokes memories of 2015 when we worked together to establish a good regime in the district for public access to body cam video, and the fight continues. We're here today on a narrow topic about the CFO. The Chief Financial Officer, as you well know, provides a fiscal impact statement for major legislation that could affect the budget, and that makes sense. But based on a case study that I'll tell you about to whatever detail you would like, we have some strong concerns about the FIS process, and we've talked with staff and members around the building as we become concerned, and we think it's widely shared. So we ask today that you take a look and consider the FIS process in a new light. It stems from a statute written many, many decades ago. It's unlike the process in Congress, where they get lots of good advice about the fiscal impact of legislation, but nobody has a veto. In this case, the CFO's fiscal impact statements can end the prospect of legislation because their number for the fiscal impact of a bill is binding on the council until appropriations are made. We're here to talk about our case study of the fiscal impact process for the police reform bill. This was a major piece of legislation passed in November of 22, much involved in the current discussions, of course, but parts of it were never implemented because the mayor didn't request money after the fiscal impact statement identified $5 million of new personnel costs at the police department and the Office of Police Complaints. The reason that's a problem is, as we discovered by Freedom of Information requests to the CFO. First of all, the fiscal impact statement provided no basis for that estimate. It said only the MPD needs more people. We asked for the supporting work papers to show the basis for that by Freedom of Information request. First, they wouldn't give them to us except by entirely redacting, but the documents were simply emails from the agencies. That's the total basis for their estimate. That is insufficient, and we ask that you take a look at the process, ask for a proper following of the CFO manual, which requires serious research. There was none.
I'm going to stop you just because your time has expired, but I want to use my opportunity to ask questions to give you a little bit more time to make any final points you want to make about this process, because it is a very serious process, as you pointed out. And it is one that has been the subject of much discussion and debate here at the council, including within my team and staff here at the committee. So any sort of final thoughts you want to make around this point, I think is important.
3 specific asks. Emphasize the importance of the existing protocol in the CFO, provide the basis for their estimates when they write them, and do serious research. Neither were done in this case. Second, you should request an evaluation of a sample of FIS statements so we know just what is the scope of the problem of shaky work. And third, consider doing it in a different way. That is, you could assign it to a different office, do it in some way that would provide more timely and better done FIS, and everybody would benefit.
When you say assign it to a different office, what do you mean by that? Like what office, for example, might you assign it to?
The budget office of the council has grown substantially, and it has many very well qualified staff, and it's a good prospect for doing this. Just consider the congressional example. When the Congress gets fiscal impact statements, they receive from the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, their tax committees, the Office of Management and Budget in the executive. Congress gets a lot of good input to estimate the cost of bills, and they're not bound by any one of it. We need to rethink it here.
Okay, and you're aware of the constraints, though, that we may be under, that Congress is not under, though, because of the status that we have.
They can print money and we can't.
Yeah, that's part of it. We also are bound by the Constitution, Article 1, like Section 8, Clause 17, in that way that there are certain requirements, both in our Home Rule Act, but also that came out of the Control Board era, that gives the CFO a certain amount of autonomy. So I appreciate what you're testifying to, and I'm going to take a more, we have your written testimony as well, where you make the recommendations that you've made orally just now, and we'd love to be in contact with you as a follow-up on this issue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for appearing in person and providing this testimony. Our next witnesses who are appearing virtually, make a call for them. Renee T.
Yes.
Rachel Metz, Melody Webb, Kelly Collins Choi. We'll begin with Renee T. Good morning to you. Thanks for being here with us this morning. And you can begin your testimony. You can actually, I think you may have already unmuted. If you plan to turn on your video, you can do so now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and all distinguished members of the committee. It's an honor to offer oral testimony about the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and the committee's oversight over OCFO. My name is Renee. I'm a Ward 3 resident. I'm a representative for my nonprofit housing cooperative here in the district, where I'm a co-op homeowner and on its board of directors. Let me begin by saying some positive things about OCFO. Among the most efficient central financial operations units, I do believe that the Office of Finance and Treasury and the Office of Revenue Analysis are doing really good work. OFT is in the process of issuing final regulations on the baby bond program. This feat alone will give DC's most vulnerable residents a shot at the middle class. Office of Revenue Analysis, ORA, also provides revenue analysis and issues reports to the public. so that we are aware of the district's finances. More recently, they did a legislative analysis of a tax abatement and found a tax abatement in the Shaw neighborhood was not financially necessary. And it's this sort of empirical analysis that DC taxpayers need from OCFO. And then finally, I do want to commend OCFO's Office of Integrity and Oversight. It's really pleasing to hear that their work with federal partners, including with the U.S. Attorney's Office in the district, led to the conviction and sentencing of an individual who bribed a DC tax official. Combating financial fraud and public corruption is essential to ensure our collective trust in our government institutions. However, another office within OCFO that I still remain very concerned about is the Office of Tax and Revenue. I've testified on numerous occasions that I've contacted the committee about my concerns. My concern still is about housing co-ops not receiving their tax benefits, namely the homestead, trash, and senior citizen disabled tax benefits. Home ownership is still one of the last bastions of hope for here in the district as it becomes increasingly expensive. And the shot at the middle class is just out of reach for many DC residents. DC Council implemented and passed these tax benefits to keep home ownership within reach. And it's appalling that OCFO is in particular Real Property Tax Administration is imposing so many hurdles to get their tax benefits. I've done my own analysis from opendata.dc.gov. This is data from OTR, from their modernized integrated tax system. And I was able to filter out which co-ops were not actually getting any of their tax benefits. About nearly half of co-ops are still not receiving their homesteads, and it's a highly suspect figure. And of those that are not receiving their homesteads, half of those are in Ward 7 and 8. As I mentioned, homesteads are one of the last, hopes for affordable home ownership here in the district. Yes.
Your time has expired, but I'll have a question for you. I'll tell you
Sure.
what the question is, but I want to get to the other witnesses who signed up to testify because I'm curious about your views about why the co-ops are not receiving the homestead. I know you've met with the committee staff in the past, but I really want to hone in on this so I can provide oversight of OCFO when they testify in a couple of weeks. But stand by. I want to turn to Melody Webb. I'm sorry, Rachel Metz is actually the next person on the list with the Data and Research Manager at DC Action. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to hearing your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. I'm Rachel Metz, Data and Research Manager at DC Action. DC Action uses research, data, coalition building, advocacy, and a racial equity lens to break down barriers that stand in the way of all kids reaching their full potential. I'm here today to talk about baby bonds. First, thank you. We are so glad that thanks to your leadership, the district is implementing this program. We do have 3 questions, lots of specifics under each, whose answers would help provide clarity and help the program live up to its full potential. First is just clarity around where things currently stand. I understand that the regulations are under development. What stakeholder feedback is involved in that process, and what upcoming timeline should the public be aware of for regulatory development and public comment? How will that public comment period be publicized? I also understand that the OCFO is in the process of selecting vendors for managing the financial accounts. What criteria are they using? How will prospective vendors be assessed for user friendliness, customer service quality, and transparency? How will they be encouraged to adapt their policies and procedures based on feedback from program participants? These are important factors for families who are trusting the DC government to manage these valuable bonds with care. Second, what should district families expect to see next? What are your benchmarks for developing the tech and financial systems for accounts? And when do you expect the first families to be enrolled? Relatedly, in terms of inclusion and reach, we're really glad the legislation calls for automatic enrollment for any child whose birth is covered by Medicaid or Healthy Families. In terms of the impact on the families who are enrolled, though, we highly encourage outreach so that families know they're in the program. After all, much of the benefits of the child development funds on which this program builds are because families know the money is there. Child development funds have been shown to help sustain high parental expectations about children's education, help children develop a college-bound mindset, increase concrete communication about post-secondary plans, and prompt greater hope for the future. If families don't know they're in the Baby Bonds program, they and the district overall will lose out on some of its potential benefits. With that in mind, how is the UCFO planning to reach out to families? We hope that outreach will be particularly robust in areas where the majority of eligible district children reside. Raising awareness of the Baby Bonds program is a way for the district to show its residents that it's investing in their future and success. We'd be happy to provide a list of service providers and community organizations that OCFO would be wise to partner with in some of their outreach efforts. Last but not least, can you provide a greater breakdown of funding, or can the OCFO provide a greater breakdown of funding? What funds have been used so far towards the development of the program, and what exactly were they used for? How much do you expect to use in the remainder of FY24 or beyond to further develop the program, and in what ways? What are the current cost estimates for bond deposits in the first year of implementation and in the out years? And what's the budget for outreach? These answers will paint a clearer picture of how the Baby Bonds programs will benefit
Rachel
district families.
Metz.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. You've asked some very good questions, and we do have your written testimony. Some of these questions we've already asked to the OCFO. As you know, we provide pre-hearing questions. At some point, we get those back, and they're going to be posted to the council's hearing management system. And so some of the ones that perhaps we have not yet asked, we will ask at the oversight hearing for the OCFO on February 14th. So thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate the witnesses who are testifying about Baby Bonds, understanding really the transformative impact potentially of this program. We just got to get it implemented. I believe they are in the contracting process, or at least they've selected somebody and they're going through the process of getting that going. So we're excited about that, but we certainly want them to answer some of these questions that you've asked and some of the ones we've already asked in pre-hearing. I'm going to turn next to, I think Melody Webb is not able to join us at the moment, so we're going to turn to Kelly Collins-Choi, Director of Policy and Land Conservation with Casey Trees. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, council members and staff. My name is Kelly Collins-Choi. I'm Director of Policy and Land Conservation at Casey Trees, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Casey Trees is focused on restoring, enhancing, and protecting the tree canopy of the nation's capital and helping the district meet its 40% tree canopy goal by 2032. Our city's Urban Forest Preservation Act is important legislation that ensures our oldest and largest trees are protected from illegal damage and removal and is enforced through permits and fines. These fees and fines are deposited into the city's tree fund, which is then used to plant trees in public spaces, support the city's River Smart Homes program, and fund an income contingent hazardous tree mitigation program. I'm here today because it has come to our attention that fines collected for illegal violations of our city's tree laws are not always deposited into the tree fund as legislated. In the past 2 years, approximately $300,000 in fines collected through infraction cases heard in the Office of Administrative Hearings are been misdirected to the district's general fund. This is a violation of Section 8-651.07 of the Code of the District of Columbia, which states the tree fund is separate from the general fund and that monies deposited into the tree fund shall not revert to the general fund at the end of any fiscal year or at any other time. This revenue misdirection may be inadvertent and may seem minor compared to the district's overall budget, but it does represent a significant loss for the city's tree fund, equating to about 800 fewer trees planted across the city. Trees that would help keep our neighborhoods cool and residents healthy. We submitted testimony last year regarding this issue and it has not been rectified. So we are asking again for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer to work with the Office of Administrative Hearings and DDOT's Urban Forestry Division to ensure the fines paid for tree law violations are directed to the tree fund per statute so that they can be used as intended for the benefit of our communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I really appreciate Kelly Collins-Choi, your persistence around this issue and for testifying again this year. What we're going to do is we're going to pose that question. I don't believe it was in our pre-hearing questions to the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, so we're going to pose that question to them today. so that we don't get we'll get back to you answer when they come before us on oversight on February 14th. So that when you tune in to the oversight hearing on February 14th, hopefully we can get to the bottom of why this has not occurred. So thank you for testifying
Great.
about that.
Thank
And
you very much.
it may seem insignificant, $300,000 to some. It is not insignificant to me as chair of this committee or the people who work on this team, understanding full well how lean our budget is and how every dollar is going to be important to addressing the critical services that our residents need. And obviously, the work that we're doing and frankly, the progress that we've seen around our tree canopy is absolutely important. We had a number of witnesses testify earlier around climate justice and some of the things that are happening in the insurance industry. But we know how important our tree canopy is really to trying to combat all the ills of climate change that's occurring around the District of Columbia and the country. So we really appreciate your testimony, and we'd love to be engaged with you as we approach the February 14th oversight hearing for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you to each of the witnesses on this panel for providing their testimony. We look forward to engaging with you both between now and the date of the oversight hearing on February 14th for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Some of you have provided your written testimony. Kelly Collins Choi, we would love for you to provide your testimony in writing if you have not already done so, just to help inform some of the questions that we provide to the office.
I will right after this.
Perfect, thank you. Is Renee T, are you still with us?
Yes, sir.
So the issue on the co-op and the homesteads, what's the response you're getting from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer? What are they telling you as to why that's not happening?
I haven't been, let me make the disclaimer out there that my cooperative is actually compliant. I think it's more of the overarching. It's alarming to me that nearly half of other co-ops aren't getting it. So they haven't given a direct instruction, but if I could make some inferences, the transition from a paper process to the mytax.dc.gov, the digital divide is very real in the District of Columbia, and especially for the most vulnerable residents. Just simply saying, well, just go online and figure it out is not doing anyone any service. And that system is rife with so many issues and so much confusion among DC taxpayers by and large.
Okay, I know, I appreciate that, and that's helpful. So thank you for providing that testimony. If you know of any co-ops that are not receiving the homestead, who would love to engage with the committee around what they're hearing from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, then please feel free to make the connection with our team here.
Yes, and I am happy to provide in my written testimony the data extract of the co-ops that are not getting anything. So I can provide all the square suffix lot information. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We'll hear testimony next on the Department of Small and Local Business Development, or DSLBD, as it's also known. DSLBD supports the development, economic growth, and retention of district-based and small businesses and promotes economic development throughout the district's commercial corridors. DSLBD administers the Certified Business Enterprise Program, oversees compliance regarding agency and non-government project CBE utilization, and supports business development by offering training and financing assistance to small businesses. DSLBD also manages the district's Main Streets program and the Clean Teams program. With that, I'm going to call up some of our witnesses for this agency. We have a number of witnesses that have signed up to testify for DSLBD. Casey Ransford, Nathan Gross, Tanya Chappelle, Robert Means, So we have Casey Ransford. We have Nathan Gross, Robert Means, Ryan Chappelle does not appear to be present. How about Ann Blackwell? Come on up and take the last seat. I want to thank each of you for joining the committee in person to provide your testimony, taking the time to do so. We'll begin with Casey Ransford.
Hello, my name is Casey Ransford. I'm the business development lead for PBJ Marketing, a CBE located down in Navy Yard. I think you'll find my testimony to be a little brief and very specific, but I do think it's important to highlight some of the individuals and their efforts from DSLBD and how they have impacted our business. The Business Opportunities team at DSLBD has proven to be a valuable resource for my company, and I can directly tie 3 of our wins from the last fiscal year to the events, wisdom, and connections from and made possible by Keith Howard and his team. In addition to Keith, I would also like to personally thank Angela Freeman, Burchell Douglas, Aziza Muzemel, and Katina Bolden for their assistance and guidance that they have provided me and my colleagues with. It is important for small businesses to have a champion and a voice within the local government. And although I know they have a nearly impossible task of assisting all CBEs across the whole district, I can rest a little easier knowing that we have a team of advocates working to make sure that we, meaning all CBEs, are aware of every business opportunity that is available to us. Thank you, and I can't say enough nice things about that team.
And thank you for providing your testimony. I noticed you've gotten it, what appears to be handwritten in your pad there. Did you get a chance to maybe provide it to us electronically? If you'd like to, we'd love to have that documented. You provided the names of some people who sounds like are providing a great service on behalf of the district. So
Yeah, I
it'd be
did
great to have
submit
that
the
on the record.
written testimony. I didn't print it out as I saw everybody else had today, so I was quickly scrambling it down.
Well, look, my wife would appreciate it. She keeps one of those things around her too, and still utilizes the old cursive handwriting too. So thank you for your testimony. Really do appreciate it. We're going to turn next to Nathan Gross. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Hi, hello, good morning. My name is Nathan Gross, and I'm the CEO of Market Me Consulting. We are a marketing agency based in DC. We are a certified CBE and hold a DC supply schedule. I'm thrilled to share our positive experiences working with DSLBD. Their dedication to navigating the intricacies of local business development in the district has been instrumental in our success with securing multiple contracts with DC government agencies. Last year, we were awarded a CBE Green Grant to help CBEs grow their business and secure green energy contracts. That's actually how I met Casey here. Through this project, we provided 38 CBEs with marketing knowledge, developed custom promotional resources such as brochures, flyers, logos, websites, and more, and held one-to-one consulting sessions where we were able to provide each CBE strategic marketing advice. The team at DSLBD was instrumental in the success of the project and helped connect us with CBEs who needed our services, facilitated logistics, and provided overall strategic guidance. DSLBD demonstrated a profound understanding of our needs, offering strategic insights and tailored solutions that have significantly impacted our growth. Their collaborative approach, coupled with an in-depth knowledge of the local business landscape, has proven invaluable. DSLBD is not only a government agency, but a trusted partner committed to fostering success for businesses like ours. We highly recommend their expertise to any business seeking to thrive in DC and are extremely grateful to DSLBD and particularly Keith Howard and the Business Opportunities team. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony. Robert Means, good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you very much, Chairperson McDuffie. My name is Robert Mines. I've been Executive Director of Woodley Park Main Street since March of 2022. I will submit more extensive remarks for your consideration, but would like to use today's hearing to report back on the progress that we've made in the last 2 years, bring your attention to some of the challenges facing businesses in Woodley Park, and to thank the Council for the extra resources that you've made available to the Main Streets programs this year. In terms of progress, over the last 2 years, we've significantly expanded the footprint of the Woodley Park Main Street program. We've organized markets for the first time. We've done that now 12 times in order to get residents and visitors to come out into the commercial area. We've organized Ardle Night twice. And most importantly, I think we've seen a reduction in storefront vacancy from 25% when I took over the position to 7% now, which is absolutely transformative, not just for the businesses, but also for property owners and residents. New businesses such as Hand Palace, Don Sac, Rose Avenue Bakery, and Flavature have been receiving rave reviews and have brought new life to the neighborhood. And neighborhood stalwarts such as New Heights even received a mention in the Michelin Guide this year. Challenges. Woodley Park continues to face significant challenges from the continuing impacts of the pandemic. Input inflation dramatically reducing margins are problems in the entire restaurant sector, and it's very much the same for Woodley Park. All these good things aside, restaurants are facing minimal margins and are closing in droves, as you will well know. They still have difficulty in finding staff. Even the successful restaurants have this issue. They'd like to be open longer. They can't because they simply can't find the people. And there's been an alarming increase in crime. In the first 18 days of 2024 alone, we've had one incident every 2 days in Sleepy Woodley Park, 2 of which were armed robberies. And you will all have seen in the news the 2-block 50-car rampage that we had last week. In terms of the council's resources, our Main Street program has tried to put as much money as we can in the pockets of the businesses because they know what to do with that best. We've provided $120,000 in grants over the last 2 years and are planning to give another $60,000 in grants this year. These allow us to help incentivize the potential opening of a grocery store in Woodley Park this year and to bring together restaurants, businesses, and DC government to address issues like trash storage, which is not a sexy topic, but it is a very important one for everyone involved. And this kind of micro investment and the work of aligning the interests of businesses, residents, and DC government is where Main Street's programs are ideally placed. I'd like to thank the council for the trust they've placed in us and the opportunity to answer any questions you may have.
And thank you for your testimony, Robert Mines. Our next witness is Ann Blackwell. Good morning to you. Thanks for being here. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning and thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good morning and thank you. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I, on a different note, am here to.
I know you have your laptop there, so it makes it a little bit difficult, but I think they'd love to get you a little closer to the microphone if that's possible.
Is that better?
That's better, yes.
Great. I'm here to hope that Art All Night funding continues and that any support that DSLBD can receive for Art All Night funding and possibly a director of Art All Night at DSLBD would be a lovely addition. Historic DuPont Circle Main Streets is a nonprofit that supports the 340 businesses in DuPont Circle. The major source of funding is a Main Street grant from DSLBD. During the fiscal year of 2023, Historic DuPont Circle Main Streets was awarded $35,000 to create Art All Night DuPont. The amount was based on 10 years of ever-growing Art All Nights and a recipe for success that was honed by my predecessor, Bill McLeod, who's now at the DuPont Circle BID. I started as the executive director in June, having moved to the position from Eastern Market Main Street, where we had a strong Art All Night by partnering with Barracks Row Main Street. Art All Night itself is the perfect model of art and culture to fuel economic development. DuPont Circle is an ideal canvas for this method. DuPont organizations that took part in 2023 Art All Night, embassies, art galleries, new small businesses, historic mansions, hotels, as well as our performers in the infamous namesake park. Some of us had been part of Art All Night for years. Some had never participated or even had their building open past 7 p.m. For 2023, Historic DuPont Circle Main Street partnered for the first time with DC Fashion Week to present the Washington menswear collection in a fashion show. Please visit artallnightdupont.org for photography and video. Throughout the event, Art All Night staff used clickers and tally sheets to capture the huge crowds of people that attended Art All Night DuPont. The statistics: 20 locations, 43 fine and performing artists were supported, 6 DC-based fashion designers, and 32,000 attendees that evening. It takes layers of communication and organization to make a district of residents and businesses prepared for an event this size. The community rose to the occasion, but the funding and support from DSLBD made this event possible. I want everyone in this room to know at the National Main Street Conference last April, strangers would stop me in the hallway to say, "You're from DC? Do you put on Art All Night?"
Thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate it. Speaking of Art All Night in the main streets, I want to direct a question to the main streets. As you all may be aware, I was pleased to work with the team here at the committee to identify some funds to provide an enhancement to the budget of Main Streets. And I'm curious as to how you're planning to utilize that enhancement within your organizations, if you could speak to that.
We will most likely use some of it on marketing. We also have pop-up markets. Our holiday pop-up market was the beginning of December. And I'd like to start a program where I partner, well, the board and I would like to start a program where we partner the pop-up vendors with our successful business owners, almost like a mentorship or an incubator program, so we can create healthier, experienced business owners in DC.
Okay. Okay.
And for us, we want to use it to invest in trash compactors. Again, it's not a sexy topic, but there's a rodent problem in DC. The residents identified that one of the main areas that they have an issue with restaurants is that trash is outside, and we're going to combine multiple restaurants all using a single compactor together to do a collaborative thing together with the Woodley Park Community Association and 5 or 6 different restaurants. And it's a micro investment. It wouldn't be interesting for the city because it's probably $20,000 to $30,000. But this is where Main Street's programs are ideally placed to identify things like that, and it makes a real difference.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. For our CBEs, have either of you had to recertify since becoming a CBE?
I believe that the recertification process is like once every 2 years or whatever that is. I've gone through that process a couple times.
Okay. How has it been for you?
It's been straightforward. It's been relatively easy. If I have any questions, folks are really able to answer, and haven't had any issues with recertification.
Great. Sounds good. Go ahead, please.
I was just gonna say, I've only been with the company for about 2 years, so if that process has happened, I'm unaware of it. So.
Okay. Is there anything that any of the court witnesses want to mention about the performance of DSLBD where either they can stand to maybe improve a bit on something that they're currently doing, or something that they're doing very well? It would be beneficial to our local business community if they perhaps could double down or maybe invest more in a particular grant or service or support that they're providing to the community.
To speak from CBE's point of view, the DSLBD does a great job putting on these matchmaking events and bringing in, large companies, people who are huge players within the district. However, I do think at times the people that represent those large corporations and businesses are not the best fit to be at those events, and are not people who are really going to be making any kind of decisions that will bring a CBE in, to subcontract for them.
Okay. So if you are DSLBD and you're looking to continue the matchmaking events, what would you do differently? And how would you engage those larger companies differently?
I'm not sure if it needs to be some kind of training, or if it's just as simple as screening who they are actually going to be sending. I know it can be different depending on what your industry is in.
Sure.
Nathan and I both happen to be in marketing, but there are times where Keith asks, or Keith and his team will ask us to be there, and we're speaking with people who handle construction, right? So they have no knowledge, they have no interest in speaking with people like Nathan and I, despite the fact that we have been invited to this event to speak to people who are going to be for all businesses, right? They want all businesses involved. So
just making sure that the great events, it sounds like, but making, and definitely great concept, but making sure that the larger companies that might otherwise be engaged in CBEs are being represented by individuals who actually could make the match.
Yes, that's
and
correct.
have the autonomy and the experience and within the company to be able to perhaps say whether some particular CBE would be a good match for that company.
Yeah, and I would like to add, one of the matchmaking events we did go to turned into a win for my company. However, that was with another CBE in the district. So one of the sports books, one of the Class B sports books put on a matchmaking event. I attended, we were able to connect there. But with the larger company.
Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so over under Sportsbook over on K Street, it was just as simple as DSLBD said, hey, we're putting on an event. They invited a bunch of people out. I know they're putting a lot of money into the sports books.
And this committee, I'm really happy to say we really pushed hard on the CBE when we were working through the sports betting law several years ago. And we actually codified into the law to make sure that DSLBD was in a position to put on these types of events to engage our CBE community so that we could really explore what the opportunities look like.
Yeah, and just to finish quickly, and I'll let other people talk, but what made that effective to me is I know this is unrealistic for larger businesses, but I actually, like I said, I got to speak with decision makers. I got to speak with Dina, who is the CEO, or she runs, that business, as opposed to, like I said, talking to someone who has no interest in hearing about my services.
If you could just say that last part, I'm sorry, I was a little distracted.
Oh, I just said I actually got to speak to someone who I knew was going to be making a decision or cared about what I was saying. So
Sounds good. I thought somebody else wanted to comment.
I do.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so one recommendation I would have would be to increase the funding to DSLBD in order to have CBEs provide back office services to other CBEs. So last year, we were able to work with 38 different CBEs on marketing services. And one thing we learned is that a lot of CBEs in the community, they're like smaller shops. So they don't necessarily have the infrastructure or the funding to hire like marketing or accounting or any of those other sort of like back office services. So the funding that DSLBD provided like last year was really instrumental in terms of helping the CBEs. So we were able to help them with like websites and like logos and actual like marketing materials that they were able to print out to use for business development. So I think the grants seem to be had increased this year, the one that we won last year. So I think just continued investment in those types of opportunities will be able to help the CBE community within the district grow.
Okay. How many CBEs were you able to work with?
38.
38. Okay. And was that the first year you received that grant?
Correct.
Okay. Got it. And this was in fiscal year 23?
Correct.
Okay. And it has a similar grant solicitation gone out for?
It has, and the funding has actually increased, which I think is phenomenal. I'm just saying, I think it should just continue to increase each year.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks.
From my perspective, the most important thing that they could do, and this may be a staffing issue, especially with the transition right now, is to be a more effective advocate for businesses that the Main Streets programs have identified as having issues with other permitting and such issues in DC government. There are often businesses that don't know where to go. They come to us with questions. In the past, I've been able to go to DSLBD to have some of those cleared up. And I think that's a role that DSLBD can play that's extremely effective.
When you say you've been able to go in the past, go to DSLBD to have those issues cleared up, what role has DSLBD played with other agencies? How they, to your knowledge, how do they help to clear those things up?
For me, the most important thing was the navigator function.
Okay.
There are so many different people in these agencies, and I don't necessarily know who the person is to reach out to, especially when an issue is something happening for the first time.
Yeah.
Being able to call DSLBD and have them tell me, listen, this is the person you need to talk to, cuts through an inordinate amount of me searching.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I can see how that can be very useful for small businesses.
And there are 28 of our programs reaching out to all of those businesses. So, having that function there once has an impact for all 28, has an impact for all the businesses that we work with.
Are you aware if there's somebody who is in the position to provide that navigator function?
At this moment, I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. And did you want to offer something else as well?
I did. I'm sorry that my microphone was on earlier. It sounds like it caused some disturbance, so I'm sorry about that.
No, it's just sometimes it doesn't pick up. I may be able to hear you here, but the folks who are watching at home sometimes struggle to hear if it's not being amplified properly. So
I understand. My suggestion is also that one, that it would be great, of course, to have someone at DSLBD who can represent the Main Streets to the different agencies. I know that's one step even beyond being able to sort out who to call. It would be great to have a person there who would call those different agencies for us, an advocate for the Main Streets. And then the second one is they would, more staffing, more funding for staffing. You know that Christy Whitfield is no longer there, and then Christina Amoruso is no longer there. I feel like it's important that they're staffed up so they can take care of 28 main streets. I don't know if whether this group is aware, but we have more main streets than any other city in the United States. And that's a lot to support. So I just hope for more funding and more staffing for them.
Got it. Thank you all so
Thank
much
you.
for your testimony this morning. Then turn to our next panel. At this point, I think we are hearing from witnesses for the Department of Small Local Business Development who are joining us virtually. I'll make a call for all those who signed up to testify, understanding that some are no longer able to join us, but Letitia Atkins, Michelle Malatsky, Cassandra Hetherington, Rachel Mowry, Shelley Walker, Madeline Odenhall, Alexandra Padro, Lindsay Hicks, Dean Hunter, and Gabriella Mosi. Good. Are we still in the morning? We are still in the morning. Good morning to each of you. Thank you for joining us virtually. We're going to begin this panel with Letitia Atkinson, Director of the Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Streets. Good morning. Great to see you. Begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Letitia Atkins, and I am the Director of the Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Street here in Ward 7. With funding from DSLBD, the Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Street is able to provide informational, training, and financial support to small businesses. During FY23, PIMS provided approximately 940 hours of small business technical assistance to businesses on a range of topics, including marketing and promotional services, grant writing and fund development, business planning, and microloan assistance. We distributed $25,000 directly to corridor businesses through a DSLBD-sponsored sub-grant program and leveraged an additional $425,000 through other district funding opportunities to support a total of 11 businesses along the corridor. We served a total of 112 businesses and welcomed 6 new businesses to the corridor, to include two sit-down restaurants and 4 fast casual restaurants, with 37 estimated full-time jobs gained. In addition to the direct support provided to Ward 7 businesses via PIMS, DSLBD funding has leveraged other opportunities. Perhaps the most important is the Pennsylvania Avenue East Small Area Plan out of the Office of Planning. PIMS served as a member of the Community Advisory Council, working with the district government, community stakeholders, and residents to brainstorm and co-develop recommendations for this plan. It is recommended that DSLBD and PIMS work collaboratively to implement recommendations that will help bolster the role of the Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Street to support retail development and growth through business promotion and retention efforts. The Pennsylvania Avenue East Corridor is essential as it is one of the last large corridors of Ward 7 in need of economic attention. Continued investments in the corridor will assist in developing a vision for a gateway corridor that is economically vibrant and meets neighborhood needs. The recommendations set forth in the small area plan will provide the catalyst to future growth needed along this corridor. In closing, I want to thank you, Mayor Bowser, and the Council of the District of Columbia for your faith in our organization and our ability to make a difference along the Pennsylvania Avenue East Corridor. DSLBD Interim Director Suggs Evans and her team are incredibly supportive and they work diligently to ensure that we're helping these small businesses along the Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast Corridor. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions, in particular what we did with that additional money that you gave through the enhancement. And so I'm here to answer those questions, and thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning.
And thank you for your testimony. Michelle Malatsky, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie and committee members. I'm Michelle Malatsky, Senior Director of the Logan Circle Main Street. Designated in 2019, the Logan Circle Main Street supports 180 small, local, and national brand businesses. This commercial corridor serves over 10,000 residents in the district. It includes a number of historic properties such as the General Logan statue, the Luther Place Memorial Church, which was founded in 1867, and is home to the district's historic Order Row. It is one of the DC Main Street grants managed by District Bridges, a DC-based community ecosystem development nonprofit. Established in 2005, by Columbia Heights neighbor and business owners, District Bridges' vision is to thrive together in equitable, resilient, and connected communities. The DSLBD Main Street Grant has enabled Logan Circle Main Street to provide critical support and resources to 90% of the businesses in the corridor through over 700 hours of direct technical assistance in fiscal year 23. Some notable support includes giving a small business grant to Trina's Hair Gallery to install a hand washing sink to comply with DOH regulations, organizing a grand opening event for Solid State Books, and hosting a Bike to Work Day station at Silver Cycles. Additionally, we organized several community events such as Dog Days, Art All Night, the Fall Market, and the Holly Jolly Street Market, which brought foot traffic to the corridor, promoted businesses, and engaged residents. For example, Dog Days included 90 participating businesses and garnered over 240,000 media impressions. Overall, Logan Circle Main Street businesses are continuing to recover from COVID-19. Last year, we had 2 businesses closed, but at the same time, 7 new businesses opened. This year, we're losing our beloved Miss Pixies, but we're waiting for 8 new businesses to open. Crime remains at the forefront of everyone's mind, as do taxes and fees on small businesses. We are very grateful for the one-time additional funding we received this year. It is the first increase for Main Streets since 2016. Logan Circle Main Street is using this additional funding to provide additional direct business assistance, to organize more events, to drive foot traffic to the neighborhood, and to fund public art projects. We look forward to advocating for this increase to continue during our budget hearings later this year. The increased investment is critical to our ability to increase our impact. In conclusion, Logan Circle Main Street appreciates the ongoing supports provided by DSLBD through the Main Street Grant, and specifically by the support of Virginia Marie Rohr and Jessica Milander. They both listen to our concerns and are very responsive. We are grateful for the DC Council's continued support of small businesses. We hope the Main Street and district government will continue to serve our businesses and the broader Logan Circle community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Our next witness is Rachel Mowry with District Bridges. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
This get me?
Hello. All righty. My name is Rachel Mowry. I am the Main Street manager here in Chevy Chase. The Chevy Chase Main Street was designated in 2020, and it supports approximately 67 small businesses through our commercial corridor that serves nearly 30,000 residents within a 1-mile radius within the District of Columbia. The corridor includes a number of historic properties, including the Avalon Theater and the Chevy Chase Arcade, and this is also one of the 6 Main Street grants managed by District Bridges. The DSLBD Main Street Grant has enabled CCMS to provide critical support and resources to 52, which is 81% of the total businesses in the corridor of neighborhood businesses, through 656 hours of direct technical assistance in FY23. That support included assisting the Fishery Seafood Market with transitioning to new ownership, which included obtaining their certificate of occupancy, passing health inspections, and conducting a business health check. It also provided grant support to June B Suites for Bridge Fund 3.0, including documentation assistance and grant closeout support. We also assisted Blue 44 with their business license renewal support. Additionally, CCMS co-hosted the Spring Fling along with Friends of Chevy Chase Circle and the Chevy Chase Artists Association to highlight the renovation to the Fountain and Circle Park on Connecticut and Western Avenues. This two-day event had over 500 participating community members and social media promotion that reached over 5,800 individual social media accounts. In FY23, we were able to conduct business health checks for 17 of our businesses in the corridor. This helped us identify trends and support that many of our small businesses need, particularly with marketing and advertising, to continue recovering their businesses since the pandemic. Additional funding in FY24 will allow CCMS to provide the technical support and assistance our small businesses need to stay competitive and modern in the evolving business landscape. This year, we are very grateful for the one-time additional funding CCMS received, the first increase in the Main Street since 2016. CCMS is using the funding to provide event and marketing support for businesses in the corridor, and we look forward to advocating for this increase to continue during the budget hearing later this year. In conclusion, CCMS appreciates the ongoing support provided by DSLBD through the Main Street Grant. As I stepped into this role in the fall of 2023, the DSLBD staff was incredibly helpful, providing context to our grant agreement, assisting in understanding the scope of the work that the Main Streets do, and helped me land on solid footing in my new role. Likewise, CCMS is grateful for the DC Council's continued support for our small businesses and the district. We hope this testimony helps inform the council and allows both the Main Streets and the district government to better serve both the businesses and broader community in Chevy Chase. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and I am available for questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony this morning. We appreciate it. We're going to turn to our next witness, Shelley Walker. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning. Designated in 2017, the Lower Georgia Avenue Main Street supports approximately 166 small businesses. LGA MS is a melting pot of legacy African-American businesses, immigrant-owned, and new businesses, which reflect the changing neighborhoods on either side of Georgia Avenue. This stretch of Georgia Avenue is also home to anchor institutions such as Howard University and the Bruce Monroe Community Park, which provide stability and generate demand for services on which our businesses depend. I too am part of one of the 6 DC Main Streets grants managed by District Bridges. The DSLBD Main Street Grant has enabled LGA MS to provide critical support and resources to 66 neighborhood businesses through 400 hours of direct technical assistance in FY23. Support included awarding businesses over $30K in direct grants, assisting with the opening of 5 new businesses, and boosting engagement by hosting events like Africa on the Avenue. This event had over 500 attendees and included over 20 businesses. There are 3 priorities this year. 1, we're going to support business growth to address the significant decrease in small businesses on Georgia Avenue as rent increases and new housing units are being developed. 2, planning events that draw residents to the many shops and eateries on the avenue. And 3, support business owners and coordinate with city agencies to address crime and safety concerns to ensure customers feel safe while shopping and eating on the corridor. This year, we are very grateful for the one-time additional funding LGA MS received. The first increase for the Main Street since 2016. LGA MS is using this funding to provide more small business grants to businesses for interior and exterior fixes, allowing businesses to stay in code and to accommodate customers, hosting events to draw more foot traffic to businesses, and hosting and providing meetings and resources that tackle crime to decrease incidents with business owners and customers. We look forward to advocating for this increase to continue during the budget hearings later this year. In conclusion, LGA MS appreciates the ongoing support provided by DSLBD through the Main Street Grant. From DSLBD open office hours to their very informative meetings and shared resources, their support is greatly appreciated. LGA MS is also grateful for DC Council's continued support for small businesses in the district. We hope this testimony helps inform the council and allows both the Main Street and district government to better serve both the businesses and broader community of Lower Georgia Avenue. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm available to answer any questions.
And thank you very much for your testimony this morning. We appreciate it. We're going to turn to our next witness, Madeline Odendahl with District Bridges. Good morning to you. Thanks for being here. You can provide your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. My name is Madeline Odendahl. I'm the Deputy Director of District Bridges, the organization that pioneered the first multi-Main Street model in the nation and today manages 6 of the district's 28 Main Street programs. We're incredibly proud of the work that our Main Street programs have done over the last year. You've heard from several of them already. Combined, our Main Street programs have supported 987 small businesses, hosted over 50 community events, delivered over 4,000 hours of direct technical assistance, and distributed $304,000 in direct small business grants. In 2022, District Bridges Executive Director Brianne Dornbush and I came before this committee with significant concerns about the performance of DSLBD. We cited concerns with DSLBD's procurement process, unequal enforcement of grant requirements laid out in the letters of agreement, and demonstrated overreach of the agency and agency staff into the direct management of the independent nonprofits. Since then, and the conclusion of the Inspector General investigation and subsequent recommendations, we're very pleased to see marked improvement in these areas and want to applaud the agency's efforts and bring to the committee's attention 3 specific improvements. The first is the improvement of the grant award process itself. For FY23, the notice of grant awards, or NOGA, were provided to the Main Streets on September 19th, 2022, right before the end of the fiscal year. The first draft of the letter of agreement was originally provided to the Main Streets on October 5th, 5 days into the new fiscal year. Due to significant concerns with the LOA, the Main Street organizations collectively negotiated with DSLBD to address those issues. This resulted in a better letter of agreement overall. However, we didn't receive the final version until November 2nd, 2022. The result of this delay meant that the Main Street programs did not receive funding until December, putting the managing nonprofits into significant financial hardship, District Bridges included. However, this year, we are very pleased to report that DSLBD provided NOGAs on July 13th, 2023, the earliest we've received the document in the last 4 years. We received our LOAs on September 27th and had money in hand by early November. The second improvement is to the procurement process. In the fall of 2023, DSLBD released its business-to-business service providers grant. The process was very clearly laid out and addressed many of the concerns we had previously expressed about the lack of transparency in competitions and awards process. We applaud this new system and are encouraged to see more of these grant opportunities in the future. We also want to applaud the new grant management process and reporting system. Last year, DSLBD implemented a new reporting system run off of Salesforce, and we were excited to be beta testers for the new system last summer. As with the implementation of any new technology, there's room for improvement, but we are excited about the progress. And additionally, there's been lack of transparency around the implementation of funding of Art All Night. However, just this week, we received an email from the agency that clearly outlined the process, the funding structure, and expectations. We recognize the time and effort that these changes have required and want to say thank you.
And thank you so much for your testimony. If there's a point you want to make a bit finer after we get through the witnesses, I'll allow you the opportunity to do so. I want to turn next to Alex Padro with the Shaw Main Streets. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us at the committee for testimony. We look forward to hearing from you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee and committee staff, I'm Alexander M. Padro, Executive Director of Shaw Main Streets since 2004. The past 4 years have been difficult ones for Shaw Main Streets and the businesses in our service area. Almost every business in Shaw has been under intense stress as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and its aftermath. This situation has been exacerbated by the citywide increase in crime, which threatens the profitability and even continued operation of many of our businesses. More than 40 businesses in our service area have closed permanently since March 2020. That is the highest number of closures Shaw Main Streets has experienced in a 4-year period since our founding in 2003. Since restaurant spaces with kitchens in place are very attractive to new operators, most of the spaces have been re-leased by their landlords, and many of the new businesses are now open. Unfortunately, many, if not most, of our restaurants and bars have not resumed full hours of operation, primarily due to staffing issues. Public safety challenges have also negatively impacted a number of our businesses, both during the daytime and at night. SMS has had to devote an increasing number of hours every week to addressing safety issues and working with businesses and district government agencies and other partners to address public intoxication, public urination and defecation, drug activity, assaults on businesses, employees, and other violent crime. The problems are particularly acute at the intersection of 7th and T Streets Northwest, where a T Street task force convened by the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture now meets monthly to help coordinate efforts. SMS has applied for funding from the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice's Safe Commercial Corridors Grant Program. If approved, these funds would be used to pilot a nighttime ambassadorship and escort service in 6 hospitality zones in our service area, accompanying customers to their cars and public transportation and serving as additional eyes and ears on the street to report potential criminal activity. A second proposed initiative would provide more incentives for businesses to install high-resolution surveillance cameras on blocks where none are currently in place, helping to ensure the type of footage needed to help solve crimes when they occur. While spending so much time on public safety is not what Main Street organizations are normally known for, these efforts are a demonstration of the importance of having Main Streets in place to assist with addressing the challenges that businesses are facing. Main Streets are involved in every aspect of the life and success of our commercial corridors. We don't just promote businesses, host events, coordinate cleanups, and plant their tree boxes. We coordinate public art projects, provide technical assistance with permitting and grant applications, navigating the district government bureaucracy, match prospective tenants with available retail spaces, and much more. On behalf of all the DC Main Street's local programs, thank you for your continued support of our organizations and the businesses and neighborhoods we serve.
Thank you for your testimony, Alex Padro. Our next witness is Lindsay Hicks with U Street, Main Street, and District Bridges. Good
afternoon,
noon to you.
Chairman McDuffie and committee. Thank you for allowing us to submit our testimony on behalf of DSLBD today. I am Lindsay N. Hicks. I am the Main Street Manager for U Street, Main Street. The U Street Main Street was designated in 2019 and it supports approximately 183 small businesses and a corridor that serves nearly 11,000 residents within the District of Columbia. The corridor includes historic properties, including Ben's Chili Bowls and Lincoln Theater. It is one of the 6 main streets also managed by District Bridges. The DSLBD Main Street Grant has enabled U Street Main Street to provide critical support and resources to 118 businesses in our corridor, which account for around 65% of the businesses, through 550 hours of direct technical assistance. In FY23, this support allowed us to have our small business grant program where we were able to support 7 small businesses through direct funding. We awarded a total of $26,500 to the businesses that they could use for interior repairs, exterior repairs, as well as equipment purchases. We also provided direct support to 8 small businesses for our Art Our Night event. This enabled businesses to host activations in their space without the added cost burden to have performers and artists in their space. And also through our technical assistance program, we were able to provide mediation support to neighboring businesses who had conflicting interests in a streetery space that was occupied by one of the businesses. Through our mediation, the businesses were able to come to an amicable agreement through our assistance. As previously mentioned, U Street Main Street hosted our Auto Night on U Street as a part of the citywide event. It was an exciting, positive, and successful event for our corridor with over 15 activations and approximately 5,000 visitors to the corridor. Businesses that hosted activations noted an average of a 30% increase in sales during the event that night. It was truly a great time for both residents and businesses, and we look forward to making the Art All Night event even bigger with your support. In conclusion, we just want to say we appreciate the support provided by DSLBD through the Main Street Grant. We would like to thank Interim Director Rosemary Suggs Evans, along with additional DSLBD staff, for taking the time to visit our corridor and connect with our businesses. Given the opportunity to share the passion of our small business owners and their exuberance for U Street leaves an indelible mark on what we do. Likewise, we're grateful for the DC Council's continued support in small businesses in the district, and we are hopeful that this testimony will provide the council and allow for the Main Street and district government to better serve businesses in the U Street corridor. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am available to answer questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm going to make a call for Dean Hunter. We don't see him on the Zoom, but we're going to go next to Gabriela Mosi with the Uptown Community Initiative. We appreciate you joining. It's great to see you. You can begin your testimony.
There you go. Well, good afternoon, council member, and thank you so much for having us. And I'm Gabriela Mosi. I'm the Executive Director of Uptown Community Initiative. We manage 2 Main Street programs, that is Uptown Main Street and Petworth Main Street. The areas we cover are Upper 14th Street, the middle section of Georgia Avenue, all of Kennedy Street Northwest, and Upshur Street Northwest, as well as the Colorado Avenue Commercial Triangle. We, as my colleagues have said, we also help hundreds of businesses, in our case, over 280, with technical assistance, small grants, emergency grants, and of course, our very popular events that bring tons of foot traffic to the corridor. The biggest one is Petworth Porch Fest, but we also do movie nights on Kennedy Street. We celebrate Cinco de Mayo, jazz concerts, art all night. And for the first year, last year, we did celebrate Petworth. I want to be brief and start by saying that I echo many of the comments that my colleagues made. I want to thank you, council member, for championing our main streets and for the supplemental funding that will be vital this year. 2, I want to thank the staff, current and former staff of DSLBD. I do want to say that they did make improvements. We're very grateful that the contracting process was much smoother last year. We got our funding in a more timely manner, and the new portal for reporting expenses, which we must report every month, is a lot easier to use. So we want to commend them for that. Now, in my short time here, I also want to testify for the Deputy Mayor's Office on Planning and Economic Development, and briefly to say, because others will say the same, we want to congratulate Ms. Albert on her new position, but also want to make a case for using the allocated $5 million that the council put in the budget last year for the purchase of property to bring a public library to Kennedy Street. Please, we need to get that ball rolling. So we'll conclude with that, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I want to thank each of the witnesses on this panel for their testimony. I want to turn to, I think I cut Madeline Odendahl a little short. I wasn't sure if there was something else you wanted to mention that you didn't get to in your testimony. And just remind all the witnesses who hasn't already provided their testimony in writing to do so if they're able.
Absolutely. Thank you for an additional 2 seconds. I wanted to reiterate a thank you to Interim Director Suggs Evans and the Commercial Revitalization Team, particularly Virginia Marie and Jessica. As this committee is aware, District Bridges is deeply committed to the success of these Main Street programs, and through them DSLBD, and we look forward to continuing to partner with the agency to pursue that greater impact for small businesses here in the district. I also wanted to add that for the additional funding that we've received from the additional funding for the main streets, we've added 3
that funding came from the committee.
Just
wanted to let you know that funding came from the committee. Just FYI, I know some people have recognized that, but I wanted to. There's been a lot of thanking at DSLBD. I wanted to take the time to thank my team for finding that funding to get into the main streets.
Yes. Absolutely. Thank you and your team and the entire committee. And I did want to report back that with that funding, we have created 3 new positions for district residents. And that's it.
Awesome. Glad to hear that. I wanted to ask, there've been some folks who talked about Art All Night, which is a wonderful, wonderful thing that the Main Streets, various Main Streets, not all, but a number of them do annually, and I look forward to participating in annually. Is the additional funding something that could be used for Art All Night? I know you have to make choices in how you budget, but I'm not sure if there are any restrictions that would keep you from using it there. I see you shaking your head, Madeline, if you want to comment on that.
Sure. So the DSLBD grant includes restrictions, particularly the maximum amount you can spend toward particular, budget categories. And so the maximum that can be spent on events is 20K. That hasn't changed from last year to this year.
So when witnesses testify and ask for additional support or funding for Art All Night, in what form would you all expect to receive that if there are restrictions on by DSLBD on the maximum that you can spend on it?
So, council members, the DSLBD is actually a pass-through for funds from the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities to support the Art All Night events in each of our areas. And there usually is a little additional that is provided, midsummer or toward late summer from also a pass-through from the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. But DSLBD has not been providing funds independently or from within its own budget for Art All Night.
So let me ask you, Alex Padro, just so I'm clear, there is a cap that DSLBD puts on Main Streets regarding the amount that you can spend. Is it annually on events or per event or both? And if so, what is the cap?
So it's annually, and that is a $20,000 cap. That is from the DC Main Streets grant that is provided by DSLBD. The funding for Art All Night is under a separate letter of agreement with the agency.
So how would additional support, how would you all expect to receive additional support for Art All Night specifically?
If DSLBD were to, add an additional line item to our grant agreements so that those funds could be provided for that particular event, or through the MOA that is signed, the grant agreement that is signed each year specifically for Art All Night, DSLBD could certainly add funds that are targeted and restricted to the event.
Okay. All right.
I would also add, if I could,
Sure, please.
echoing what Anne had said when she was giving her testimony earlier, one of the things that DSLBD has attempted to do as part of the Art All Night process is expedite permits, working with other agencies, but we consistently run into issues, and especially as this is Art All Night is the mayor's event. I think one of the ways that DSLBD could increase support is helping us interface with those other agencies, especially around permitting and making sure all of our ducks in a row. I know for us, so 2 of our programs didn't even have the right permits last year, because even though we applied for the permits in March, things still weren't approved by the night of the event, even though we were following up until the very moment of the event. So being able to make sure that we are, following the rules and aligning with those regulations while implementing a fantastic event that brings a lot of, foot traffic to our corridor would be really helpful.
Thank you for that. I wanted to ask, and anybody should feel free to talk about, actually, Letitia Atkins, if you want to talk about how the Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Street is using this year's budget enhancement.
Absolutely. Thank you also. One of the things that 2 things we are using to increase our sub-grant program. DSLBD again does have line items. And so as mentioned, we spent $25,000 in our sub-grant program. In FY23, we're going to increase that a bit and kind of supplement that with some additional technical assistance that maybe help with grant writing to leverage additional funding opportunities. But most importantly, because as indicated earlier through some of the testimonies, we hadn't received an increase in funding since, I believe, 2016. So we have limited staff capabilities. So we are using a portion of those funds to actually bring in a part-time staffer who is a GW urban planner, a graduate student urban planner who will help really kind of guide us around the small area plan implementation process, which I think will help us to also identify and leverage other funding opportunities that could come our way to increase the economic viability of the corridor. So again, that has really been helpful in us to bring on just the additional hands to help do the work and lift some of the work that's needed along the corridor.
Thank you for that. I would also just recommend that all the public witnesses who are representing Main Streets, as you engage DSLBD, as I know you all do routinely, that you're really advocating for the enhancement that the committee made by identifying around $1.3 million, that it be made permanent through the mayor's budget process. I think it's gonna be important for you all to make that known if you appreciate the enhancement, as I think most of you have said you do, that you're advocating for it to be made permanent in the budget process that the executive engages in, which is ongoing right now, so that when the mayor releases her budget in March, you'll see that present in that budget. It's going to be difficult in this budget environment, which is really tight this year, to be able to identify a way to keep that going if it's up to the council and my committee, my team, to try to identify that once again. So I just want to offer that and really appreciate you all's partnership and all the great work that you all are doing. So thank you to the witnesses on this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
The next agency that we'll hear witness testimony on is the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, or DMPED, as it's also known. DMPED supports the executive by developing and executing the district's economic development vision. It sets development priorities and policies, coordinates how the district recruits job creators, and leads the district's development, attraction, and retention efforts. It has primary responsibility in overseeing the revitalization of downtown and addressing the climbing commercial office vacancy rates. With that, I'm going to turn to the witness list and make a call for Zachary Israel, who is joining us in person. Thanks for that. Rebecca Miller as well. Abel Amin, ANC Commissioner 4D02, also joining us in person. I believe that those are the three witnesses who signed up to testify in person. I want to thank the two of you who were able to make it this afternoon for being here. Welcome you to the Council and the Committee on Economic Development, Business and Economic Development, and we're going to begin with Zachary Israel. Thank you. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
There we go. Chairperson McDuffie, members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, thank you for holding this hearing today. I'm a resident of Ward 4 in the district and previously served as an advisory neighborhood commissioner on ANC 4D in 2021 and 2022. In November 2020, the DC Public Library, or DCPL, identified in its 10-year facilities master plan 6 geographic areas where district residents, quote, do not have the same level of service as in other areas, end quote. One of these identified areas is Brightwood Park and Manor Park, the former of which is located within the current boundaries of ANC 4D. The plan further states that while these neighborhoods are located between 4 libraries, Shepherd Park, Tacoma Park, Lamont Riggs, and Petworth, the closest one is approximately 1 mile away. On April 20th, 2022, ANC 4D unanimously passed a resolution I authored urging DCPL in part to begin its community engagement with ANC 4D and Brightwood Park residents regarding the new public library in Brightwood Park as expeditiously as possible, ideally beginning in the fall of 2022. ANC 4D subsequently passed 2 additional resolutions on this issue in March and November of 2023, respectively, requesting that the district government, 1, fund an eminent domain purchase of the southeast corner of 5th and Kennedy Streets Northwest to construct a new public library to fill the service gap in Brightwood Manor Park, and set aside at least $25 million in the capital improvement plan to acquire property at this intersection. And 2, urges the DIMPED acquisition team to publish a request for proposals no later than January 2024 to initiate the process of acquiring the land and to start the search for developers. Fortunately, in the enacted fiscal year 2024 Budget Support Act of 2023, Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis George secured $5 million for DIMPED as part of the Ward 4 Libraries Act of 2023 to conduct site acquisition for a new public library located along the Kennedy Street Northwest corridor, specifically, quote, within 1/2 mile of the portion of Kennedy Street Northwest situated between 13th Street Northwest and Kansas Avenue Northwest. The legislation also states that beginning June 1st, 2024, and by June 1 of each year thereafter, until acquisition of the real property described is complete, the mayor or the mayor's designee shall deliver a written report on the status of the acquisition to the council and Ward 4 ANCs. At this point, we need DIMPED Director Nina Albert to commit to utilizing this $5 million for site acquisition beginning this spring 2024 to ensure the district is on track in FY24 to utilize future capital construction funds totaling more than $25 million to actually complete construction of this new library by the end of this decade, if not sooner. According to DCPL's recent project assessment on the Kennedy Street project, the site finalization is set to start or be finalized in fall of 2025. We should not wait until 18 months from now to begin or finalize the site acquisition process. I urge the committee to ask and receive commitments from the director on this issue during her upcoming February 28th oversight hearing and as part of the pre-hearing questions submitted to the agency. We cannot allow this amazing opportunity to be squandered. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Our next witness is Abel Amin, Commissioner, ANC 4D02. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie. Former Commissioner Israel has given such a good synopsis of the issue we're here to speak to you about. You'll notice I will now be the only commissioner that'll be speaking on this topic. Commissioner Joy Pickney is on the witness list as well to speak about the same topic. ANC 4D and the residents of Kennedy Street are unanimous on their support for this library. They've advocated for it, and the council has saw fit to add $5 million to the capital budget to acquire property on what would be my SMD, most likely. The budget sets out for DIMPED to acquire a site somewhere along Kennedy Street between 13th and Kansas, and most of that is covered by my SMD. That's why I'm here before you. My neighborhood, 4D02, has a number of issues that need addressing when it comes to public safety, when it comes to many issues. It is an underfunded neighborhood that needs your attention, and this is part of the project. I want to emphasize how important it is to have a library on Kennedy Street, that it is how we're going to address the many issues that the neighborhood faces, not just when it comes to education, but also just public safety issues. There are many properties in my SMD that are prime for acquisition by the district. There are many blighted properties that need your attention, and this project could make sure that these properties are put to good use. As Zach has already mentioned, our SMD has passed 3 resolutions on this topic. We disagree on some things, but on this, we do not disagree. We are unanimous, the residents, the commissioners, everyone is in agreement that this is a very important project, which is why we've passed 3 resolutions on this topic. And I hope that your committee and DIMPED will give that the weight it deserves. I want to emphasize the fact that there is, the option for eminent domain here to acquire these properties, and there is enough money in the budget to do this. So it is up to DIMPED to make sure that we move forward on this. I want to also emphasize the fact that, as Zach has already mentioned, there are 3 libraries that surround us, but none of them really serve us. I could go up north to Tacoma to reach the library there. I can go to Lamont Park. I can go to Petworth, but all of those are not within walking distance, and it is very important that we get this library. So I want to urge you to be for your oversight on this role. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. I've spoken to Warfield Councilmember Janice Lewis George about this. In fact, she asked about this at the last committee of the whole meeting that the council had in the context of acting Deputy Mayor Nina Albert's nomination to be permanent. And I posed a question to acting Deputy Mayor Nina Albert. I haven't heard back from her directly, but we did get a response from the office that the funding is with the DC Public Libraries. And I'm wondering if that's you all's understanding. If that's the case, the decision around the funding would be at DCPL, but there is a part of this that requires, I understand, the acquisition of a property in order for a library to be constructed.
So, Chairman, this is news to me, and I'm a bit surprised to hear that, because I attended pretty much every hearing in the last 2 years with the executive director of the library testifying on this issue. And and repeatedly, also when he spoke to commissions in Ward 4 about this, he said, site acquisition is not under his wheelhouse. He's not the expert. He doesn't do that. His agency doesn't do that. So it's a bit confounding to me that this $5 million in site acquisition would actually be spearheaded by the library and not DIMPED, not the Office of the City Administrator. That's definitely a red flag to me, and something I really urge you to center in on, because that doesn't sound right to me.
If I may also add to that, looking at the language in the bill, it designates the mayor and the mayor's designee it is authorized to use the budget line item is SPL 37 to acquire property, and I believe the mayor has designated DEMPED for if that is not correct, then we should get clarification on that. Who is the mayor's designee if it is not DEMPED? You're right that the 25 million, the other project for building it might be under the public libraries, but from my understanding, the designee for the acquisition part, which is the 5 million specifically for the acquisition of the site, is under DEMPED. If that's not true, that seems like a good question to ask them.
We'll get clarity on it. I'm gonna just be clear, the response that we got from the office is that the funds allocated are in DCPL's budget, and there's no mention of DEMPED in legislation or budget with regards to Kennedy. So I think it is obviously appropriate to clarify to the extent there is a part of this that requires acquisition and a part that requires construction. But I appreciate you all's testimony, and I'm likely to be following up with Councilmember Lewis George if she doesn't follow up with me first. So I thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Andrea Chapman, Alex Baca, Joy Pinckney, Robert Vincent Branham. These are all virtual witnesses, and I'll note Joy Pinckney is a commissioner, ANC 4D. And I want to welcome this panel of witnesses testifying about the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. I see Andrea Chapman with Empower DC is able to join, and so I want to turn to you for your testimony, say good afternoon, and look forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Chapman. I am a community organizer at Empower DC. I'll discuss DEMPED's goals of increasing affordable housing and transparent community engagement. While I commend these priorities, I believe there are additional considerations necessary for their effective execution. DIMPED's priority of expanding affordable housing in DC includes implementing the mayor's goal of creating 36,000 homes by 2025, also known as hashtag 36,000 by 2025. Under this initiative, affordable units are still a small minority. 36,000 by 2025 only sets aside 12,000 new homes for affordable housing, while the other 24,000 would be market rate. Last year, the United Planning Organization reported that over 44,000 DC households spend at least 50% of their income on housing costs. 90% of those households have an annual income less than $50,000. Not only is the small number of units offered by 36,000 by 2025 not enough to meet the housing needs of DC's lowest income households, the process itself is slow moving. As of November 2023, DC met 85% of the mayor's overall goal, yet only met 2/3 of the goal for affordable units. DIMPED's priorities must also include analyzing displacement. Between January 2022 and January 2023, eviction filings increased by 250%. Over 80% of scheduled evictions were due to non-payment of rent. Empower DC's outreach data shows that most of the last year's eviction filings were in Ward 8, which is over 80% Black. DC needs a finalized version of OP's strategy to combat displacement that defines and measures trends and analyzes key causes. While I commend DIMPED's prioritization of relieving affordability pressures, I am disheartened that it has not seized readily available opportunities to do so. The Office of Planning is proposing to upzone the police and fire station at 1617 U Street Northwest to MU10, paving the way for high-rise luxury housing. While thanks to you, Councilmember McDuffie, District Law 10-801 regarding public land requires the creation of housing at affordability rates and income limits that exceed IZ and IZ+, the city can do even more. Social housing requires 60% affordable units, with 30% of those units being affordable to extremely low-income households. OP must also consider the impacts of displacement around U Street. The area near 1617 is only 3% Black today. DIMPED must also strengthen its transparent community engagement. When applying to upzone 1617 U Street, DIMPED, OP, and other officials failed to conduct targeted outreach with impacted communities, especially BIPOC residents vulnerable to displacement. Zoning Commission Chair Anthony Hood was so concerned with this lack of engagement that on January 18th, he proposed postponing the hearing about the site. Though the hearings continued, OP made decisions without community input. Councilmember McDuffie, thanks to your leadership in the REACH Act, the Mayor's Office of Racial Equity's Meaningful Community Engagement Resource Guide lists tactics for community engagement through a racial equity lens, such as language accessible hearing notices. In the case of 1617, OP did the bare minimum. That will not build community trust. I urge DIMPED to strengthen the intentionality behind its priorities related to affordable housing and community engagement. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony, Andrea Chapman. We appreciate it. We're going to turn next to Alex Baca, DC Policy Director at the Greater Washington. Thanks for joining us. Welcome. Good to see you.
Thanks. Good to see you. Good afternoon. My name is Alex Baca, and I am testifying on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as DC Policy Director on the performance of the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development in FY24. I have not submitted my testimony to the record, but I'll do so before the record closes. Thank you for your patience. Last year, I registered a great deal of discontent with the committee, particularly regarding the housing and downtown tax abatement and more broadly, the district's seeming obsession with stopping capital flight by catering to certain whims. I think my comments aged well, considering the recent willingness of a minority of members of the Tax Revision Commission to nuke a year and a half of carefully crafted consent of what I have no doubt are personal preferences for tax cuts for white-collar businesses. As the council prepares for a budget that will necessarily involve larger trade-offs than in past years, it does not have the luxury of collapsing into ideological factions and throwing its hands up as the TRC and its chair did recently. I am also not so sure that the council has the luxury of spending as much time and energy on downtown as Mayor Muriel Bowser and DIMPED have in the past several years. Despite repeated assertions that downtown is the district's economic engine, I am not aware of any analysis comparing downtown's economic impact on the district to the total economic impacts of all of their neighborhoods, especially combined. Of course, commercial property tax revenues are greater downtown, but one thing does not seem like a sturdy basis for the extreme focus on downtown to the exclusion of other district neighborhoods. I really enjoyed hearing testimony from Main Street directors about their work and how DSLBD can support it, but I feel like the vibes around downtown distract us from better understanding the impact that all district neighborhoods have on our economy. To better understand that impact, I would really welcome the committee asking Director Albert a version of the following questions. Does the tax revenue from the district's CBD truly fund everything else in the city? What is occurring downtown without tax abatements? What are the metrics by which we can understand that the current development regime for downtown is working? Do we know that office to residential conversions or more residential construction is more substantially stimulating the economy and attracting people to live here than paid family leave, baby bonds, birth to three, and other social programs? If we don't, what would we need to answer that question? I have a couple of others that I'll provide in writing. I've focused my testimony today on the high-level vibes permeating DEMPED's policymaking because I believe that Director Albert and her talented staff are more than capable of providing a more comprehensive, more detailed picture of what goes into the district's economy. But I do want to make a specific point around the mayor's housing goals. They're about to come to an end. Whether or not we meet them remains to be seen. But I'd also like to hear the committee ask Director Albert how many more units, market rate, and income restricted and subsidized should be built in the district, and whether the mayor will commit another housing production goal for 2030. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Alex Baca. As usual, great testimony. I'm going to take you up on that commitment to send it to us in writing, including all the questions you asked today and the others that you would like the committee to ask. I don't know if you had the opportunity to look at yesterday's mayor council breakfast, but I had the opportunity to lead off the council's questions of the deputy mayor and the co-chairs of the Gallery Place Chinatown Task Force. And one of the things I emphasized was, what process was in place to make that task force work more inclusive, both as it relates to what happens downtown, Gallery Place, Chinatown, as well as what happens outside of downtown in business corridors and other places across the District of Columbia where people have felt disconnected, and perhaps we haven't leveraged the assets in the same way that we have as we've continued to focus primarily on the revenues being generated downtown. So I think your testimony was great, and I look forward to reading it in its written form and posing those questions to the deputy mayor. So thank you for that.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
I'm going to turn next to Joy Pinckney, Commissioner, ANC4D. Commissioner, you're still muted if you want to unmute yourself and begin again.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now and see you. Thanks.
Okay. Forgive my voice, just getting over double pneumonia, but I'm here. Good day, Councilman McDuffie and other members of the council for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Joy Pinckney, and I'm currently the ANC Commissioner for SMD 4D01, where I currently serve as the leader of the task force working on the Kennedy Street Library project. My neighbors in Ward 4 are all excited about erecting a library on Kennedy Street, Northwest DC. I'm a 59-year-old young native Washingtonian and an educated woman. I can't imagine a world without libraries or books. Currently, there are no libraries within walking distance of our community. Having a public space where neighbors of all ages, nationalities, and beliefs can learn and grow together is an important gift and complement to the education and cohesiveness of our neighborhoods. I understand through meetings with our library director that this project takes time, money, cooperation, and community. Today, I rise to follow up on the 4D resolution requesting for an RFP to be published to solicit viable offers from developers who are ready to submit. I emphasize, they are ready to submit. We are absolutely interested in opportunities for local companies to fairly compete and, wherever possible, hire DC-based businesses to work during the life of the build. Financially, this library will also create foot traffic, which is desperately needed to complement the current growth of this community. This building can also be used to house the city services office promised to the ANC in prior years. At the street level, affordable housing units are also possible for this building. The DPED is scheduled to report their steps made since the budget process. At this point, we have not gotten feedback about when the RFPs would be put out so that the action for this library can commence. In summary, I am in favor of placing the new library on Kennedy Street. Coming from eminent domain is not really a viable option anymore because it would take too many years to do that. Fortunately, we do have some interested parties who could start tomorrow because they have what's necessary, so we do not have to prolong the possibility of working.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I really appreciate your testimony, especially the fact that you've given it out about with double pneumonia. I think Ward 4 Councilmember Jenny George greatly appreciates the commitment of her constituents who are testifying about the need for the library on Kennedy Street. So thank you for your testimony.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Yes.
May I also, the testimonies you received from the previous ANC commissioner and our newest commissioner, you're absolutely correct. They were incorrect. The money, the
How about I
$5
do
million.
this, Commissioner?
Yes.
Because your time has expired, what I'd like to be able to do is to hear from our next witness, and then I'll have a round of questions after that witness concludes, where I'll let
Yes,
you
sir.
finish that final thought. I just want to be mindful that we had over 75 witnesses testify, so I want to
Yes,
be
sir.
mindful of everybody's time.
Yes, sir.
We're
Thank
also
you.
joined virtually by Robert Vincent Branham, who is no stranger to the council. It's great to see you. I'm going to turn to you for your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Greetings and salutations, Chairman McDuffie. I am Robert Vincent Branham. While there are several agencies under the jurisdiction of the committee, I will comment only on two: the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development and the Office of the People's Counsel. However, I do wish to align myself to the testimony of Mr. Fritz Mohauser of the DC Open Government Coalition in my capacity as a board member regarding the fiscal impact statement process of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. I am heartened DMPED is focusing on its primary mission for district-wide economic development rather than engaging in political and personal shenanigans to obstruct district-wide economic development. The stained residue of DMPED's former leadership will not easily be overcome, but through trust and qualified leadership. Interim Director Nita Albert has set a positive marker to assure economic development is visited upon all 8 wards and inclusive of divergent ideas for district economic growth and opportunities. As I turn to the Office of the People's Counsel, I am pleased to note OPC has pursued initiatives, collaboration, and fostered new stakeholder alliances. As I look back to the work of OPC, I see an agency advocating to keep utility rates and charges affordable for district consumers. OPC recognizes its mission: keeping utility rates affordable eases the financial burden on consumers and is a tangible way to eliminate financial barriers to many consumers as they strive to reach the middle class. Affordable utility rates help district consumers keep their houses and is a tool to attaining racial equality. I am pleased to add my concurrence to OPC's focus on energy efficiency, solar development, demand resources and distribution, and the environment has been a consistent major component of its policy. I am pleased to present for the committee's record other aspects of the OPC's community outreach involvement in my prepared statement. Additionally, I promote OPC's Fair Shot for Under and Unemployed District residents, and I'm hopeful my comments here will be positively received by the committee and other members of the council. I thank you and have a good day.
And I thank you, Robert Vincent Branham, for your testimony. For you, a good day. I want to turn to, though, Commissioner Joy Pinckney, just for a final thought. I know you sort of ran short on your testimony, so if there was one final thing you wanted to summarize about your testimony before we move on to our next panel. Commissioner?
Yes, sir. Councilman McDuffie, on the earlier testimony, yes, the commission had requested that the land be acquired by eminent domain. Well, through that process and through the education, speaking with the library chair, that would take quite a few years. We have, of course, been approached by several different developers who actually have land already on Kennedy Street, but they can't put their hat in if no hat has been extended. The other thing is the $5 million is in the hands of the new deputy mayor. The rest of the money is in the hands of the library proper. So I think that's where the confusion was. So the deputy mayor's office has to go meet with the developers, etc., and sign the check and go through the process of acquiring the property or the land. Then the rest of the money and the planning, etc., goes over to the library. I didn't want to just leave that out or make it appear as if our new director and you or whatever don't understand your own process.
Oh, no, I understand it. And guess what, Commissioner? We have a fantastic budget office here at the council that is helpful in assisting the committees with sorting through all these budgetary challenges. What frequently happens here at the council, where the council further refines or shapes the budget that the mayor submits to the council, is that resources get moved around a bit. And even after the committee process that may have played out with my committee and the members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, it gets even further refined frequently when it gets to the full council. And so I think it's just a matter of sorting out where all those funds are, who's responsible for what. We're already looking to and have reached out to the council's budget office to help us sort it out. Okay?
Okay, well, I just didn't want for this hearing for that exchange to be left open-ended. And plus, we are really depending on all of you, or all of us collectively, to get this library going. And it's a win-win for the city, for everyone who spoke today.
And I wanted to
yes.
make sure that we shared on the record the response that we got from the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. So what you heard me state was a recitation of the information that was provided to us after I spoke with Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis George and posed this to the Deputy Mayor and her team. And what I stated was the response we got from them. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much for your
you
testimony
so
and for your attempt to clarify that as well. So we appreciate your time, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And thank you to everybody from that panel. We're going to move next to the Public Service Commission. The Public Service Commission, or the PSC, has a mission to serve the public interest by ensuring that financially healthy electric, natural gas, and telecommunications companies provide safe, reliable, and quality utility services at reasonable rates for District of Columbia residential, business, and government customers. With that, I'm going to make a call for our public witnesses. If you are present and hear your name, you can take a seat at the witness table. We'll begin with Naomi Cohen Shields. Okay. Thanks for being here with us. Mark Rotifer. We'll go next with James Doherty. Derek Hill. Anita Byer. You can come on up and have a seat. Thanks for being with us in person. And I think that is all the witnesses who signed up to testify in person. After we We'll begin with Naomi Cohen-Shields, DC Campaign Manager with the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for being with us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Chair McDuffie and council staff. Thank you for holding this hearing today. My name is Naomi Cohen-Shields. I live in Ward 1, and I'm the DC Campaign Manager for the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. Our grassroots nonprofit has been advocating for over 20 years in support of measures to mitigate climate change and pursue climate justice in the Chesapeake region. I'm testifying before you today because the Public Service Commission, through its regulatory power over the district's gas and electric utilities, holds in its hands the ability to make or break DC's climate laws, with significant implications for ratepayer bills and public health. And I'm worried that the Commission is not doing enough to ensure the well-being, both present and future, of DC residents. The most glaring example of this is the Commission's consideration of Washington Gas's accelerated pipeline replacement program called Project Pipes. Project Pipes is a multi-billion-dollar, multi-decade plan to replace nearly all the city's gas pipes with new ones, the cost of which is completely borne by gas customers and is contributing to rising gas bills. Over time, this cost burden is likely to be disproportionately heavy for lower wealth households. This infrastructure replacement program threatens to lock DC into using methane gas for decades to come, despite knowing that methane has a warming impact 80 times that of carbon dioxide in the first 20 years after its emission. This renders the program incompatible with the carbon neutral future that the DC government has charted for 2045. Importantly, Project Pipes is distinct from Washington Gas's regular repair and maintenance program, which already exists to address leaks. Recent analysis by Synapse shows that normal pipe replacement, based on actually leaking pipes, is being reduced in favor of the company-preferred accelerated pipeline replacement program, in which Washington Gas is actually spending far more money per mile of pipe replaced than historic levels, while replacing fewer miles of pipe per year. All of this while 77% of the identified gas leaks in 2022 were classified as hazardous. Clearly, Project Pipes is not working and is not prioritizing the safety and financial security of DC residents. There is growing community and governmental opposition to Project Pipes. Hundreds of DC residents submitted comments into the PSC Pipes dockets over the last several months, citing concerns about the Pipes program. 5 ANCs have passed resolutions against the upcoming Project Pipes Phase 3. In December, 26 organizations signed and delivered a letter to the commissioners stating opposition to Project Pipes, and there's more. And yet still no public hearings have been scheduled on the matter. Too frequently, we have seen the commission give undue deference to the utilities, despite there being for-profit companies who serve shareholders rather than the public interest. We hope the tide is changing, but this committee should also ensure that ratepayer money is not being used to fund utility lobbying costs, trade association dues, incentives to contractors, and misinformation campaigns. Well within their mandate, we need to see the PSC do more to help bring about a clean and just energy transition. This means fully staffing and strengthening the climate office at the PSC to report directly to the chair and provide in-house technical support. The PSC must also begin comprehensive and integrated energy planning, perhaps to be legislated and enforced by the council. This next year, I hope to see commissioners take an ever more critical eye to Project Pipes and to step up to the plate to continue DC's leadership to climate and its commitment to the well-being of the residents. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is James Doherty with the DC Commission on Climate Change and Resilience. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, staff, good afternoon. As you mentioned, I'm with the Climate Commission. I was appointed by Chairman Mendelson 8 years ago. The role of the Climate Commission is to provide advice to the mayor and the council on both sides of the climate challenge. On the back end, we're dealing with heat waves, hurricanes, flooding, and we're coming up with recommendations dealing with adaptation, emergency response, and the like. We're equally focused on the front half of the equation, which is reducing and hopefully eliminating our contribution to the problem which means eventually eliminating discharges of greenhouse gases. We issued our second report a year and a half ago, and the report contained 37 recommendations dealing with all aspects of the problem. But recommendation number 1A was get off of gas. We need to electrify the city. And I'll point out that the commission is not some band of raving environmentalists. We have one designated environmentalist on the commission. The rest come from all walks of professional life: emergency preparedness, communications, public health. We have utility representatives. Nevertheless, we voted 16-0 to make our top recommendations to get off gas. Why is that? It's because methane is so toxic. We really didn't realize until recently how bad methane is. We used to think that carbon dioxide was the big problem. Stop burning coal to stop generating carbon dioxide. Now it turns out it's methane. And methane is something that we can do something about. Fortunately, the city council gets it. You passed a law summer before last, the Green Buildings Amendment Act, that outlaws the construction of new buildings using gas. That lead was followed by New York State and by progressive jurisdictions around the country. We're really a trendsetter. Question is, does the Public Service Commission get it? They have a number of proceedings on their docket that are instrumental if we're going to achieve this goal of getting off gas. The most notable one is the Project Pipes proceeding. They're asking for billions and billions of ratepayer dollars to rebuild their entire underground network so it'll last for 75 years. But the mayor has said we're going to be carbon neutral within 21 years with the council endorsement. So we're in conflict, right? That's the problem. We can't talk to the commission about it because they operate under confidentiality rules. And so I'm here in part to say to the commission and to say to you is that our energy policy in Washington should be set by the council and by the executive. And it's not the province of the PSC to change course. They should not be so presumptuous as to think that they get to change the plan or disagree with the plan. They should abide by the course that's been set by the council. We have elected representatives who are accountable to the voters and who are in the business of long-range planning, and they've said we're going to get off gas. And so we ask the PSC to respect that policy course. Thank you.
And thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. Next is Anita Byer, Co-Chair, Transportation and Environment Task Force at Ward 3.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember McDuffie.
If you could just press the button at the base of your mic.
Sorry
See a red light.
about that. Yes, so thank you, Councilmember and staff, for the opportunity to speak to you, and my colleagues here are far more articulate than I could be about Project Pipes. But we in Ward 3, and specifically our Environmental Task Force, are very concerned about keeping the P for public and public service. And we believe that climate change is just one of the most important issues the city faces. And the council, to its credit, has adopted a number of measures and is working to achieve this. And yet we have the Public Service Commission entertaining a proposal from Washington Gas to make a huge expenditure, which will be on the backs of district ratepayers, that will have zero value going forward if the district is committed to its climate change and electrification goals. We believe it's very important to stay on those goals, and we think it's just totally inconsistent for the Public Service Commission to entertain a huge investment that will be worthless going forward. I might just add too, we passed a resolution about this, which I filed along with my testimony. If anyone has time to read that, we'd really appreciate that. And while I speak specifically for Ward 3, I think our concerns are echoed across the city. The ratepayers cannot continue to fund inappropriate investments by our utilities. It's, just totally unfair. I'd just like to add in the last few seconds that with regard to general activities of the PSC, not just Project Pipes, but other rate making, there's a very complex formula that applies. I don't begin to understand it, but I do know that there has to be integrity in the process of the information that's provided and the PSC's review of that information to ensure that rates that are passed on to district ratepayers are fair and consistent with the rules that surround those. So I would hope that the council in its role through oversight of the Oversight Committee will work to ensure that the Public Service Commission does act in the public interest of the hardworking ratepayers of the District of Columbia. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. We also joined in person by Ann Du Bois. We appreciate you taking the time to join us inside the Wilson Building. You can begin your testimony. Thanks.
Thank you. Good day, Chair McDuffie, committee members, and council staff. My name is Ann Du Bois. I'm back again as a concerned DC resident, speaking about the same two issues as last year, energy planning and project pipes. In the interim, the transition away from fossil fuels has begun elsewhere. For instance, a Massachusetts Public Utility Commission order requiring gas distribution companies to consider non-pipe alternatives. Next door in Maryland, proposed legislation will protect gas customers from paying for unnecessary infrastructure replacement. Initiatives have come from governors, state legislatures, state energy offices, utility regulators, and the utilities themselves, often working together. DC's commissioners need to study examples of integrated electric and gas plans, and also must seek technical expertise from outside resources such as the Regulatory Assistance Project, Rocky Mountain Institute, and Groundwork Data. I would like to acknowledge the commissioners for rejecting Washington Gas Climate Action Recovery Tariff, which included costs for biogas and hydrogen development that shareholders, not gas customers, should pay. But commissioners must also tell Washington Gas to align its business plan with the reality that gas sales will plummet as the district electrifies. Further, commissioners must stop Washington Gas from floundering on with its expensive Project Pipes program. Filings in the docket since the start of this year, including, with thanks, Commissioner Beverly's charts, provide too much evidence to ignore that Project Pipes' current operations are mismanaged, chronically behind schedule, and over budget. Washington Gas has shown that it cannot keep up with dangerous gas leaks on DC's aging distribution system, even with Project Pipes having taken over most of the normal replacement activity. This is a losing battle. Over the last 12 years, Washington Gas has only replaced about 7% of the cast iron mains, and with new leaks continually occurring. The commission must now require the gas utility to identify decrepit segments of its system to manage for retirement, repairing, not upgrading, at a fraction of the cost. Pilot programs could coordinate block by block electrification with pipe abandonment while promoting distributed energy resources. What if there were no Project Pipes? Washington Gas has a franchise obligation to provide safe and reliable service, but this duty does not include proactive replacement so that the infrastructure can last far beyond the time when it will be needed. Natural gas is not the fuel of the future. It's an accepted fact that for coming generations to have a future, we must stop combusting methane fuel. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I appreciate all of your testimony and thinking about what is the future in terms of clean energy. I think the writing is on the wall for a lot of people who come before the council, who showed up in communities to talk about transitioning off of gas. And so I know the theme in this panel, and I'm sure will be with other witnesses, is to really put more pressure and amplify those voices who feel strongly that not enough is happening to do that. So I appreciate you all testifying this afternoon. I'm sure we'll hear more from other witnesses about this. I think it was Naomi Cohen Shields who mentioned that the focus has been on Project Pipes and accelerated pipe replacement for a period that is far longer than is needed, without the focus I think you mentioned on some of the more routine repair. So how would you expect that the PSC should better address those issues that you've articulated? And in your view, as I'm sure shared with others, that there be more focus on the routine maintenance and repair?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Like I mentioned, Washington Gas has a routine pipe repair and maintenance program already that it recovers money from ratepayers for. And I think that the PSC and commissioners can direct more attention and direct Washington Gas to pay more attention to the repairs that are necessary. Like I mentioned, repairs can be done. A DOE study found at 1/25th of the cost of replacing pipes. And so as we have seen the accelerated replacement program, it's been taking precedence. This is data that has come from Washington Gas itself. They've been spending more money on advanced replacement than on normal replacement. And I think that the PSC, the commissioners, can make sure that Washington Gas changes that distribution of the way it is spending ratepayer money so that its repair and replacement activities are going towards pipes that are actually leaking based on risk assessments rather than, honestly, the pipes program is not based on where the riskiest leaks are. It's based on other considerations that determine where to do work. And so I think commissioners can take a more critical eye towards how Washington Gas is implementing its repairs and its replacement and make sure that repairs of the leakiest pipes are those that are prioritized and that we otherwise think about what it will take to decommission the system rather than prop it up.
What are y'all hearing? I know there's been some efforts to really engage with residents around transitioning off of gas stoves. I don't know what you all are hearing about sort of how that's going across the city, whether you're getting feedback or hearing thoughts from residents in particular parts of the city. Just any updates around how that effort is going?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk a little, but there's been a lot of work talking to residents about the impacts of gas in their homes by testing stoves and testing the concentrations of nitrogen dioxide that are emitted when you burn gas in homes. And this often exceeds levels that are safe for outdoor air quality rather than indoor air quality. People often express surprise, concern, and that is why we are also pushing for legislation from the council through the Healthy Homes Act that will help get cleaner and safer and more efficient appliances into the homes, and specifically into the homes of lower income households, fully funded so that they could be using the most efficient technology available that is also the cleanest and safest for their health.
Mr. Doherty, did you want to comment?
Well, there's billions of dollars coming down from the feds. The Inflation Reduction Act is a game changer. The Department of Energy needs to figure out how to get it out there. But the idea is that, as Naomi said, will help the lowest income homes. And then as we leave the era of gas behind us, we'll focus on certain neighborhoods that we can electrify. And then we do it neighborhood by neighborhood. And at some point, the gas company is going to see the writing is on the wall and they'll get on board and we'll make that change. You know, we've had energy sources over the years that have come and gone. We have burned whale oil and lamps.
Right.
Coal is leaving. Gas had a good run, but the time is up. And so we all need to come together to make the transition.
Appreciate your testimony before the committee this afternoon. Thank you for that. We have a couple of witnesses who I believe signed up to testify in person, but who have joined us virtually. So we're going to call them as we continue to go down our list. Mark Rotifer, Derek Hill, Chris Weiss, Maya Cohn, Max Broad, Deborah Fox, Gail Thompson, Margaret Staines, Jessica Epperson Lusty, Karen Slaney, Ann Coleman, Daniel Greenberg, and Matt Saraswini. We will begin with Mark Rotifer. Good afternoon to you. Glad you can join us this afternoon. Begin your testimony.
All right, I'm glad to be here too. Good to see you. And thank you, Councilman McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Mark Rotifer, and I'm testifying for the Sierra Club. You have heard a lot, and I think you're going to hear more about the wasteful spending plan from Washington Gas to spend $5 billion to replace DC's fossil fuel pipes, DOEE estimated the cost to be about up to $5 billion, but the consulting firm Synapse found that when you add debt service and corporate profits, the total cost to DC residents of Project Pipes is about $14 billion. Now, that is over a period of 15 years, and if you divide it by the roughly 300,000 households in DC, you get a cost of almost $50,000 per household. Now, again, like I said, it's over about 50 years, so you're talking about $1,000 a month, $1,000 a year for DC households in additional bills. So it's just totally unaffordable. A year ago at this hearing, Councilmember McDuffie, you asked the Public Service Commission's chairman, Emil Thompson, if Project Pipes is at odds with DC's climate commitment. He said that the money goes to, quote, for the repair of either leaking or very vulnerable pipe replacement, and he said that, quote, goes to the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. These statements are inaccurate. Claims that Project Pipes is about reducing climate pollution are nothing but a talking point by Washington Gas. Project Pipes does not find and fix gas leaks. Project Pipes is wholesale gas pipeline replacement with no regard for whether a pipe is leaking. Washington Gas has a totally separate program to repair and replace leaky pipes called the Integrity Management Program. It's funded completely separately from Project Pipes. So it was a real disappointment to hear the chairman of DC's utility regulator repeat the Washington Gas's greenwashing talking points at a DC Council Oversight hearing. I think you should ask Councilman McDuffie when he comes before this committee if he has, any evidence to offer that a single dollar spent on Project Pipes was spent because the utility had identified and documented a pipe found to be leaking and then replaced it with money from Project Pipes. Also at the hearing last year, Mr. Thompson stated, quote, we've seen places across the country where faulty infrastructure has led to gas explosions with multiple fatalities. And he said that this was, quote, the last thing we want to see is a leaking gas system that poses a harmful threat to our residents. Certainly, the Sierra Club agrees that we don't want to see any more deadly methane gas explosions like the one in Anacostia this month. But contrary to the chairman's suggestion, Project Pipes is not designed to stop such explosions, nor will it do so. A gas explosion indoors occurs when a pipe is leaking in a confined space, like a home or another building, and the gas mixes with the air, increasing the pressure in the confined space. And when there's an ignition source, like a spark, or a flame, or even static electricity, it can explode. Washington Gas does not own and is not responsible for gas pipes inside people's homes or in other buildings. And Project Pipes does not replace indoor gas pipes. So Mr. Thompson's suggestion that Project Pipes is going to prevent a gas explosion is complete folly. The best way to prevent explosions is to electrify our homes and other buildings so that we no longer use the deadly products sold by Washington Gas. The Sierra Club asks Mr. Thompson and everyone else with the Public Service Commission to no longer state that Project Pipes is designed to reduce climate pollution, nor to claim it will reduce the likelihood of indoor gas explosions. These statements are not true, and it's time to stop spreading this misinformation. All right, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I appreciate it, Council Member.
There's a final conclusory point you want to make. I'll give it to you on the back end when I have a round of questions, but I'm going to move on to our next witness, Derek Hill. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Derek Hill. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. I'm testifying on behalf of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. I echo all the excellent points that have been raised by my CCAN colleagues and by the Sierra Club. Natural gas is on its way out. The future is clean, cheap, renewable energy in DC. We need to move to that to stop global warming and to increase the health of DC residents. I want to focus on the governance and accountability of Washington Gas. I want to remind everyone that Washington Gas is a monopoly. It faces no competition, and it's owned by a very large utility in Canada that makes large profits. The CEO of Washington Gas, Adrian Chapman, it's difficult to find what is exactly his compensation package. But when he became the CEO in 2018, he received a base salary of $630,000 a year and a $3 million retention bonus. And he gets stock awards and equity packages. I've seen that his total compensation is $15 million about $15 million per year. Now that might not be right, but he makes millions and millions of dollars. The costly expansion of Washington Gas Project Pipe, it's it's outrageous. Between 2006 and 2023, the average cost of pipes installation for Washington Gas per mile went from approximately $2 million in 2006 to a whopping $19 million. During that period, the U.S. inflation rate went up about 50%. So if the cost of Washington Gas installation got about 50%, its cost today would be about $3 million, but its actual cost is $19 million. Is Washington Gas facing any accountability? Is Adrian Chapman, who gets some tens of millions of dollars a year, is he facing accountability? Guess where that money is passed on to? The ratepayers like me and people of color in the district that are low income, that they are paying for Washington Gas's outrageous largeness. And that is unacceptable. And Washington Gas talks about doing stuff with climate change, but it wants to keep its natural gas pipelines. It wants to make money off natural gas pipelines. And its highly paid executives gets millions of dollars. Now, the DC Council and the DC government should be far more aggressive on Washington Gas. There are utilities in this country that are nonprofit, and the people that run these things are experts in the field, and they receive a compensation of maybe, let's say, $150,000 or $200,000 a year. Heck, I have training in energy and climate change. I could probably do the job with some help of my CCAN colleagues.
Derek Hill.
And the rates that a nonprofit would charge would be far less. We wouldn't have somebody like Adrian Chapman jetting around in an executive jet making $12 million a year. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
I want to be mindful that there are a number of witnesses who are awaiting to testify. I know these issues are extraordinarily important and your time is precious, but we want to be mindful that everybody has 3 minutes to provide testimony.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry I went over time.
Thank you for that. We're going to turn next to Chris Weiss.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, council members, and staff. My name is Chris Weiss, and I direct the activities of the DC Environmental Network. I am testifying today on the performance of the DC Public Service Commission. In recent years, DC advocates have felt a slight shift at the District of Columbia Public Service Commission, a sense that a better balance between the needs of ratepayers, utilities, and the environment might be possible. Environmental advocates have worked hard to support quality appointments to the commission. As you know, the DC Environmental Network and other organizations testified in support of Mayor Muriel Bowser's last nominee, Ted Tribune, who just finished his first year as a commissioner. DCEN, not a party in any proceedings, has held regular educational conversations with PSC Chair Thompson and Commissioner Tribune to appropriately learn about the role the PSC plays in all our lives and share our vision of what our PSC might look like as we get deeper into the challenges of the climate crisis. Our city, our country, our planet is not winning in efforts to combat the climate crisis. Earth's average surface temperature in 2023 was the warmest on record. The exceptional warming that we're experiencing is not something we've seen before in human history. It's driven primarily by our fossil fuel emissions, and we're seeing the impacts in heat waves, intense rainfall, and coastal flooding. The District of Columbia can do its part to beat the climate crisis. We all need to do more. The PSC needs to understand their critical role, step up and accept that there is a crisis that demands action now, and believe they can do more to transition the district away from gas. Methane is not the answer, it's the problem. Rebuilding the entire gas distribution system moves us far away from the decarbonization we need to survive. Gas in our homes means exposure to harmful pollutants and can result in childhood asthma, reduced lung function, and premature death. Gas is a health and public safety hazard. We all heard about the gas explosion that occurred at a DC daycare. On top of all that, the district cannot sustain a utility that will, if they get their way, financially burden consumers to the tune of $14 billion of direct and indirect costs needed to rebuild their gas distribution system. The Public Service Commission needs to help Washington Gas transition towards a mission and business plan that does not hurt our wallets, our health, and well-being. A few of a number of things listed in my testimony that the Public Service Commission can do to move in the right direction. Stop project pipes. Open a proceeding to map out the eventual and inevitable end of gas distribution, something we should have done years ago. Again, map out the inevitable end of gas distribution. And finally, the PSC has a profound and often dangerous impact on our ability to make a difference in efforts to deal with the climate crisis. If we need changes to better position the PSC, who knows better than our commissioners on what those changes might be? Our planet's existential environmental crisis is here. I challenge our commissioners to stand up and demand that our legislative and executive branches, all parties, figure out how to make our PSC a deeper partner, not a sometimes perceived complicit opponent of efforts to save humanity from the climate crisis. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you for your testimony, Chris Weiss. Our next witness is Maya Cone. Thank you for signing up to testify. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. Oh, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
No. I'm sorry. Before you go, I want to make sure I get it out. No, Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis George joined us a while ago. I wanted to recognize her. I know that she's between hearings, as is the case for most members during our hectic performance oversight timeframe. So, Councilmember Lewis George, I will give you an opportunity to make a brief opening statement. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to all the witnesses testified. I'm here for 3 reasons and 3 different agencies I want to discuss, DSLBD, DMPED, and the Public Service Commission. I will start with DMPED. You may have heard testimony earlier from Ward 4 residents about the funding that I placed in my committee and that I placed in the budget last year to acquire a Kennedy Street library. There has been continuous back and forth regarding sort of who is responsible for that funding. In DCPL's pre-hearing response questions, they noted that $5 million was allocated in fiscal year 24 is intended to be used for the acquisition of property or land for a new library on Kennedy Street. DCPL has briefed the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Economic Development, also known as DMPED, which has the authority to acquire the property or land. Funding will also be needed for the design and construction of new library, as well as recurring funding or operations. We have a situation where DMPED is saying, oh, well, the money is in libraries, and libraries saying the money is in DMPED, and they have the authority to acquire the land. To me, it seems there's some sort of finger pointing between both agencies. The reality is the $5 million is there, and our community needs this situation resolved. And both pre-hearing responses from both agencies indicate that they need the other person, and the other person has the authority. Based on the reading and what we put in the budget, both agencies have the authority to acquire said land. We have a property there that is already acquired, who is owned and being developed by local developers who have been good developers within our community, within our city, and are locally owned, and also meet the requirements for the businesses and how we want to move forward with making sure that we have minority contractors as well. And so, Chairman, I'll be here today to really I'll be speaking to DMPED specifically about ending this sort of back and forth conversation and reading the real lines that was put in the budget about that. My second group is DSLBD. As you know, Ward 4 has a number of main streets. We have our Upper Georgia Avenue Main Street, which has been waiting for an RFP to be issued after we lost their main person. I want to know from DSLBD where we stand, where that Main Street stands. We also have our really great main streets that are doing really well, our Uptown Main Street, our Petworth Main Street, as well as our Parks Main Street that does our Manor Park and Riggs Park neighbors. And we also have Tacoma Main Street, which has a number of hosts of businesses. I have been hearing rumblings that the funding that was placed for Tacoma Main Street was going to be wiped out of within this budget. I've also heard that there's been a scaling down of our main streets. And so I want to get to the bottom of DSLBD and where our main streets stand. They do a phenomenal job for our community, supporting our small businesses, and have made all of our corridors in Ward 4 vibrant. And I want to ensure that they continue to operate well and operate with good funding and as good partners. And that also goes for our clean teams, which is connected to many of our main streets. We had a few changes in Clean Street and who the clean teams were run by, and have not really had a connection with the new clean team contractors that have been selected. And that has remained an issue as we look at trash and cleaning in our community as well. My last conversation will be with the Public Service Commission and what appears to be highly saturated with sort of a Washington gas leaning philosophy. We in this city have really focused on being the leaders in clean energy, and the current phase 3 project doesn't serve anyone. It doesn't serve the constituents of our community who rates will be impacted and who this will fall on the back of, but it also doesn't serve our environment and our world and our community as we address climate change. And so I'm really curious to hear from the Public Service Commission, especially as we look at where we're moving. Electrifying our homes has to be a part of how we move forward as a city, how we move forward as a country and as a world as a whole. And so I'm really concerned about sort of where the Public Service Commission has landed and what that will mean for our Ward 4 community, but our city at whole. So thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak. And I look forward to speaking to both DMPED, DSLBD, and the Public Service Commission about these critical needs that impact our entire community. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us, Councilmember Lewis George. I had my staff reach out to our budget office, and they clarified for the record that all of the funding for the Kennedy Street Library rests with DCPL, so our DC Public Libraries, and it's a total of $30 million.
Right.
There is authority to acquire property for the purpose of constructing the Kennedy Street Library. That authority would go to the mayor's designee. I think presumably it could be DMPIT, but it also could be, as you stated, DC Public Libraries. And seeing as though they already have the funding in their budget, it may make more sense that they be the agency that initiate this process. But I'm happy to have additional conversation with you and our budget office about this, but I definitely wanted to mention the information that we got back from our budget office, who was really quick in turning that around for us. So I want to thank our budget office for providing that information while we're still going on with the hearing. So thank you, Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to turn back to our witnesses. We are going to go back with Maya Cohn. Thanks for your patience. Appreciate you joining us virtually this afternoon. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairperson McDuffie, for the opportunity to speak today. And thank you also to Councilmember Lewis George for your comments on Project Pipes. My name is Maya Cohn. I'm a resident of Ward 6, and I've lived in DC for 6 years. I'm here today on behalf of the Rachel Carson Council, a small environmental justice organization, and I'd like to give feedback on behalf of our members on Project Pipes. Many people have spoken today about the dangers of continuing to invest in natural gas when we have the ability to invest in a green transition to a fossil-free future. I'm an adamant opponent of Project Pipes, Washington Gas's 40-year accelerated pipeline replacement program. This project is a terrible investment on health, climate, and economic fronts. Continuing to pour money into gas infrastructure will have negative repercussions for DC residents. Burning gas indoors fills homes with pollutants like nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and particulate matter, which are associated with respiratory diseases like asthma. In addition, gas has severe health risks for vulnerable populations here in DC, including children, the elderly, individuals with respiratory illnesses, and communities of color who bear disproportionately greater pollution burdens. Not to mention, just 2 weeks ago, our neighbors were endangered when a business's gas leak led to an explosion, which luckily only sent one person to the hospital. But crises like these are all but inevitable if we are to continue investing in natural gas infrastructure to serve our city. Project Pipes will also send DC further down the path from meeting our climate commitments. Methane is the primary component of natural gas, and it is nearly 100 times more powerful than carbon dioxide. And Washington Gas has not been able to demonstrate that previous phases of Project Pipes have been successful in reducing leaks or addressing them in a timely manner. These leaks make natural gas pipelines, by some accounts, worse than the climate for coal over a 20-year life cycle. From a financial perspective, Project Pipes is incredibly wasteful. A DOEE technical study demonstrated that full pipeline replacement costs an average of 25 times the cost of repairing pipes. Repairing, when appropriate, is far less costly alternative and would not diminish safety. Washington Gas is requesting a ridiculous $672 million for Project Pipes. And as you've heard from other witnesses today, this will lock our city into an unhealthy relationship with fossil fuels for decades. There is a better path forward. We can fund repair where appropriate while developing a comprehensive integrated energy plan that helps us transition to a fossil-free future. Council members, I urge you to consider these health, climate, and economic burdens as you regulate the PSC, and I urge the PSC to move away from dangerous gas infrastructure and stop Project Pipes. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony, Maya Cone. We're going to turn next to Max Broad. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony.
Yeah, hello, Councilmember McDuffie, members and staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, including Councilmember Janice Lewis George and representatives of the Public Service Commission. Like me, you have no doubt seen the impacts of climate change become not only visible, but more costly. It's not just the extreme wildfire smoke that sent us all inside and inflamed our lungs in unprecedented ways last summer. It is the temperature extremes, both in summer and winter, that demand city resources to shelter people. It is the flooding that causes damage to our homes and buildings. Last year, we saw a flooding incident with a real impact on the lives of Ward 5 residents. These are just the impacts we have seen in DC. The continuation of Project Pipes and the investment in fossil fuel infrastructure would send a loud signal at an inflection point in our fight against climate change. At a time where global greenhouse gases are still on the rise, telling Washington Gas to proceed with fossil fuel investments in our very own city would be reckless. That is why I'm here to ask the Public Service Commission to choose a different direction for the future of our energy needs, safety, and prosperity. Proponents of Project Pipes will say that investments are needed to secure the safety of potentially dangerous transmission pipes of fracked gas. There is sound reason to be concerned about the prevalence of safety concerns around the fracked gas pipes. However, that is all the more reason to move away from this dangerous infrastructure. The only way to transition to a safer energy system is to transition to a distribution system that does not use combustible fuel throughout our homes, businesses, and neighborhoods. I urge the Public Service Commission to pursue comprehensive energy planning that does not lock us in to decades more of an energy source that pollutes carbon. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony, Max Broad. Gail Thompson is the next person on our list who's joined us virtually. Thank you for your patience this afternoon. We look forward to hearing your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Duffy, council members, and council staff. My name is Gail Thompson. I'm a resident of Burleith in Ward 2. Professionally, I'm a leadership coach who knows that leadership really matters to make the organizations and world we want to have. I'm testifying today because I'm concerned about securing abundant and affordable energy that is safe for people and the planet. I believe there's an important leadership role that the PSC is not yet performing that would be necessary to make that happen. In the near term, we need the PSC to hold Washington Gas accountable for safety, both for people and the environment, as well as affordability of the current network. I'm on the board of an affordable housing organization in Maryland that had a whole building blow up because of a gas leak that was not properly attended to. We're also learning more about the danger to humans of gas inhalation in closed spaces, vis-a-vis the environment, and knowing that methane is 80 times more toxic than CO2. I was dismayed to hear that the PSC would not share specific leak information in their possession, so that concerned citizens felt compelled to test for leaks themselves. Their leak survey found many active and some dangerous leaks across all the wards. We need the PSC to show leadership by holding the utilities accountable, clear standards for quickly and adequately addressing any leaks in the current infrastructure by means that are clear, transparent, and adhered to at the level of individual leaks. For the longer run, I would also want the PSC to provide leadership in spearheading the planning for an effective, fair, and timely transition off gas so that DC can achieve its goal of carbon neutrality by 2045. When Atlas Gas bought Washington Gas, my understanding is that they promised to effect the transition, but need to be held to that pledge. Perhaps there's a different infrastructure role for Washington Gas if DC opts for a geothermal backbone in the future. As we transition to clean energy, we also need PEPCO to create a flexible, responsive, and affordable network that can receive and provide electricity in a way that flexes both public and private capacity to the demand in a way that is seamless and cost-effective. My understanding is that PSC does not currently see either of these leadership roles as its responsibility, but rather attends primarily to the viability of the current utility companies. We need the commissioner's thoughtful leadership to guide us into the future. We don't want to have lots of stranded assets, as envisioned in Project Pipes, that will be a waste and burden of costs. Those of us with more means will migrate from gas, leaving citizens with fewer resources to bear a disproportionate burden for the remaining assets as costs incurred are spread over fewer and fewer customers. That doesn't seem fair or right as a long-term strategy. So my plea is that you expand the PSC's leadership role to include attending to the safety of the current infrastructure while planning for and overseeing the migration of the city to clean energy that's healthier for citizens and the planet. Thank you for your attention and consideration. I look forward to hearing of your revised remit to serve DC and its citizens now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Gail Thompson. Our next witness is Jessica Epperson-Lusty. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, members and staff. I'm Jessica Epperson-Lusty, testifying as a concerned resident. Over the 23 years I have lived in DC, the causes and impacts to human health and ecological systems of fossil fuel extraction, transportation, and combustion have become ever more apparent. Consequently, the need for coordinated leadership to plan and implement a just transition has become exigent. Knowing that you, our district leaders, are at least as informed as I am, I felt assured that our government was bringing the knowledge, technology, and political acumen required to steward the district towards this immensely challenging yet unavoidable transition. When I learned in 2023 about Washington Gas's Project Pipes, I was shocked the PSC was positioned to approve another phase of WGL's plan to replace the gas distribution system, locking the district into methane fossil fuel delivery for decades in conflict with the district's decarbonization goals. I was disappointed, confused, moved to educate myself and take action. The more I looked into Project Pipes, the more convinced I became that approving this plan runs contrary to the PSC's stated mission to advance the district's climate policy commitments. This mismanaged project is neither effectively nor efficiently ensuring, quote, safe, reliable, and quality utility service at reasonable rates, quote. At an information session hosted by WGL at UDC in November, it was clear that rather than truthfully and transparently educating attendees on Project Pipes, WGL's communications company was gathering information about residents and environmental groups' concerns to inform their own media campaign, which we are now seeing spreading misinformation in full force. WGL's representatives' comments made it explicitly clear that WGL will pursue their obsolete and destructive business model until regulators require something different from them. I urge those with the power and mandate to do so to ensure that the PSC fulfills its mission in earnest. Put in place the needed leadership with the necessary support, expertise, and resources to develop and implement a comprehensive integrated energy plan. And require that WGL focus its resources on ensuring the safety of the system, repairing actively leaking pipelines that harm the climate and endanger the health and safety of DC residents as they prepare for a decommissioning of the system rather than a replacement of it over the next 40 years. Thank you for your time and consideration and allowing me to testify today.
And thank you for taking the time to actually provide testimony before the committee today. We really do appreciate it. I want to turn to Karen Slaney. Thank you for signing up to testify. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I live in the DuPont neighborhood in Ward 2.
And to understand what I want to say, I think one fact that people haven't mentioned, which is a little counterintuitive, is that the gas company makes not much profit distributing gas. Where it makes its money is installing gas pipes. So 10 years ago, someone knowledgeable said to my daughter, "We know how to fix the climate. We just need to electrify everything. And we already have all the technology we need to do it." So I am guessing that the gas company at that time, which is when they started Project Pikes, likely also realized it was an institution without a future. And it instituted this ridiculous self-interested project. But the rest of us then, including the PSC, still didn't feel the need to exercise detailed oversight over a monopoly utility that was doing more or less okay in delivering methane to the city. 10 years later, the situation has changed completely. We all know we need to electrify. We all know that methane pipes are an obsolete technology. In reaction to these changed times, the gas company has adopted the typical industry playbook of coming in with enormous numbers of well-paid, quote-unquote, experts who have a huge financial interest, in this case, in saving a doomed industry. The City Council and the PSC need the kind of expertise that can counter this onslaught and allow for rational decision-making. In the brand new energy environment of 2024, a large number of experts all over the country are thinking about clean energy and affordable energy, about transmission, about transition, about the best and fairest ways to be ready. DC should be consulting with the best minds in the country about these topics and get on new, firm footing as how to proceed. Other governments, as Anne Dubuis said, have made big steps in reining in greedy utilities, including California, Washington State, New York State, Massachusetts, Minnesota, and Michigan, and others are setting precedents in planning, including nearby Maryland. So the citizens of DC are counting on this City Council and the PSC to shepherd us through this big transition and to represent our interests, including our financial interests. So we need good, unbiased, expert advice. And of course, our main purpose is to electrify. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. I want to turn next to Anne. Is it pronounced Coleman or Kamen?
Coleman.
Coleman. Good afternoon to you. And Coleman, thanks for joining this afternoon. We'd love to hear your testimony.
Good afternoon. So thank you so much for allowing me to testify. As you've heard, my name is Ann Coleman. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I've lived there for over 30 years, and I'm testifying today, like so many other people, because of my concern about climate change. I concur in all the previous witness comments on Project Pipes and the PSC's oversight of the utilities. And I think legislation may be necessary to ensure that the PSC acts proactively on transitioning us off of gas. I want to make one other totally different point. The PSC has been holding fewer and fewer evidentiary hearings over the years. And because PSC decisions are so consequential, as you've been hearing, and because facts are so central to their decision-making, it is imperative that the PSC hold full evidentiary hearings in all cases. I'm sure you can appreciate that fact, Mr. Chairman, from your professional experience. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I'm going to call Daniel Greenberg next, but also understand that we've been joined by Margaret Stain. So Daniel Greenberg, if you could unmute yourself, provide your testimony, you'll have 3 minutes. We'll finish up with Margaret Staines.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great.
I don't know, we cannot see you, so I don't know if you intend to.
Okay, no. But thank you, Chairperson McDuffie, for hearing from me. I'm a 35-year resident of DC and employer here in the district. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify about the anti-consumer practices and blatant dishonesty that I've experienced from Washington Gas and the Public Service Commission. enables and perpetuates WGL's dishonesty. And I wasn't here to talk about climate, but since I've gotten an earful about what's going on, I would like to join everyone else who has been testifying about what a boondoggle this Project Pipes is. But to get to my consumer point, I have been paying my Washington Gas bill by credit card auto pay for years. And with the recent change on the website, Washington Gas got rid of this. When I called up to see why they'd gotten rid of it, since they still allow auto pay and they still allow credit cards, they just don't allow both. Washington Gas lied to me and said they never allowed auto pay by credit card. I called the PSC because they're supposed to regulate Washington Gas, and PSC did nothing but rubber stamp and repeat every lie that Washington Gas told to me. I have sent your office a series of these false statements that they made, along with the documentation proving that they are absolutely wrong. And I'll give you just a couple of examples in the time that I have. Washington Gas said they have never officially offered or promoted auto pay by credit card. That's untrue because I paid that way for years. The Public Service Commission, in repeating the lies of Washington Gas, said Washington Gas has never accepted credit card payments for auto pay. That's also not true. I have sent the documentation of the bills that I have that list the vendor, Kubra Easy Pay, which was the vendor of WGL that took the auto pay by credit card. All I asked was why we're not allowed to auto pay by credit card, since allowing bank drafts into allowing companies to make direct draws from bank accounts is an anti-consumer practice, because if someone has a low bank account balance and they charge too much, they can send a person into overdraft, which can cause a lot of negative consequences. Whereas when you pay by credit card, you're protected by not having your money taken and by the credit card company advocating for you. So I don't know. They have refused to tell me why they won't simply link up two portions of their website that do the auto pay from bank accounts, and why they refuse to provide answers. Can no one at WGL or PSC answer a simple question about why they took the feature away, and are there no consequences for these numerous false statements made to the public? And I would like to join myself with the other comments that people have made. I think that we're seeing WGL and PSC as highly unaccountable to the people, and I hope that the city council will hold them accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Daniel Greenberg. As is the case with the witnesses who are testifying about Washington Gas and transitioning, we plan to ask questions about that at the public oversight hearing for Public Service Commission on February 28th. And we will similarly ask questions about the issue you're raising about their refusal to accept credit cards. I would ask you just really quickly before I get to our last witness, have you reached out to the Office of People's Counsel at all?
No, I hadn't heard about that or considered it. I suppose I can ask my my council member about how I do that.
Yeah, we're happy to provide some information with you, because I'm also, if you live in a district, I'm a council member as well at large. I'm not sure what ward you live in, but we're happy to coordinate through your ward council member as well.
Sure. I mean, I realize this is kind of a smaller bore issue than what we're hearing about climate and about these health issues and this massive, expensive boondoggle. But I do think it gets to the same issue that WGL and PSC seem to be working in tandem to not be consumer focused and not be focused on the needs of the district residents.
No, I mean, it's certainly a different issue, but it's an issue nonetheless, and it's one we're happy to follow up on. So thank
Well,
you
I
for
would
taking the
appreciate
time
that.
to testify. Yep.
Thank you very much.
You bet. I'm going to turn next to Margaret Staines, who joined us virtually. If you can unmute yourself and provide your testimony, you will have 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chair McDuffie, council members, and the Public Service Commissioners. I was here the whole time, but for some reason I just wasn't a panelist. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and I hope that you are indeed listening. My name is Meg Staines. I have been a Washington, D.C. resident for 28 years and a Washington Gas customer most of that time. I have always paid my bills to Washington Gas, including all kinds of maintenance fees. I am strongly opposed to this ludicrous project called Project Pipes that makes no sense whatsoever. The global climate crisis is clear and compelling. Fires, tornadoes, floods, droughts, flash flooding on Rock Creek Park that submerged cars. 2 weeks ago throughout the USA, temperatures dipped dramatically below normal due to the weakened jet stream due to human-induced climate change. People died as a result. The USA needs to rapidly reduce reliance on natural gas and other fossil fuels to avoid more such disasters. I know the council knows this and PSC knows this. Historically, Washington Gas has refused to repair natural gas pipes that have been leaking for years, even when leaks are reported to them. I am a jogger, and for years, every time I jog past 1951 to 1957, Calvert Street Northwest, I smell natural gas leaking. And Washington Gas never does anything about it. This may be causing nearby residents to develop cancer. Over the decades, Washington Gas has chosen not to use the money that they have collected from customers on repairing their infrastructure. And instead, they pay big bonuses to their CEO and their shareholders and for lobbyists to lobby the PSC about Project Pipes. I rarely ever see Washington Gas repairing anything. Now they want to hike rates to make those needed repairs, in addition to completely unnecessary pipe replacements. They will bust up our city streets, block traffic, run huge gas-guzzling vehicles all day long, have workers commuting in from the suburbs to work on it, needlessly inconvenience residents and businesses, and waste ratepayers' money on Project Pipes is immoral, and PSC should not approve it. And the council members need to oversee PSC and make sure they don't allow it. This is ridiculous. Project Pipes is a blatant money grab by Washington Gas, who knows that their industry is dying, and rather than being resilient, pivoting to sustainability and helping with climate solutions, Washington Gas wants to catch the last gravy train from the PSC. Other departments of the DC government are paying subsidies to residents and businesses to help them move away from natural gas appliances. Why would a separate agency in the DC government allow Project Pipes to go on? I urge each member of the DC Public Service Commission to act ethically and reject Project Pipes. Washington Gas should use the money that they are using to lobby PSC to repair natural gas pipes. Yes, thank you. Thank you again for hearing my testimony.
You bet. Thank you for taking the time to testify to council. I want to go back to Mark Rotifer. I know you ran out of time. I wanted to follow up with you to give you an opportunity to conclude your remarks, but also, if you could, talk a little bit about what you're seeing happen in other jurisdictions in terms of transitioning off methane, in particular, Maryland, Virginia, as part of our region here in the District of Columbia. I'd love to hear what's going on in Maryland and Virginia. I think a couple of witnesses mentioned Maryland in their testimony, so.
Yes, I'm happy to. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. I'm less familiar with what's going on in Virginia, and to be completely honest, I think that Virginia has an executive that is not interested in climate action. So I would not say that Virginia, at least for the next couple of years, is a place that DC should look to as a guide. But right next door in Maryland, the Public Service Commission is recognizing that gas volumes need to decrease as Maryland meets its climate goals that are driven by electrification. So the Maryland Public Service Commission initiated a comprehensive gas planning document to chart the equitable winding down of the gas system. Our Public Service Commission has opened a climate docket, but they haven't said, okay, we're going to figure out how we transition off fossil fuels with this. They've said, hey, utilities, come into this docket and, file stuff that you say is about climate and, we'll consider it. That's not the way to do it. When Emil Thompson came before this committee, when he was nominated, both to be on the commission and to be the chairman of the commission. We, the Sierra Club and other environmental groups, talked about how we needed proactive leadership from the commission, and he promised to offer proactive leadership. And so something like what they're doing in Maryland, where they're saying, okay, gas volumes are going to go down, let's figure out an orderly transition, that's proactive leadership. Saying we have a case where you can come and file stuff and we'll take a look at it and see, that is not proactive leadership. So I really think you should press Mr. Thompson on this, and I also would ask that you press him on the two things that he said that were inaccurate last time. That Project Pipes is gonna reduce emissions because it's identifying leaky pipes. As you've heard, that's not true. And then the business about, oh well, we won't have an explosion. You know, the explosions are happening from indoor leaks, and Project Pipes isn't fixing anyone's pipes in their homes, so it's not going to prevent these kind of explosions. So I think that I appreciate the question very much. Thank you. There's a lot that we could learn from what Maryland's doing. Massachusetts is also doing some great things. But I won't go on any longer. But thank you, and I please do press Chairman Thompson on these questions.
You know, we intend to, and I want to note you and others, including I think Karen Slaney mentioned Massachusetts in your testimony. If you could, though, let us, if you could give us your written testimony, it would be helpful because we're doing the public witnesses in advance so we can hear concerns, get questions, and help us prepare as a committee for the performance oversight ahead of the agencies. And in the case of the Public Service Commission, they're on the last day of our performance oversight hearings on February 28th. So we have some time, but we'd love to get yours as well as other witnesses who have yet to provide their testimony in writing. We'd love to get that. So thank you. Thank you to you, and thank you for all the witnesses who testified today on the Public Service Commission. Clear theme running through those testimonies that we heard from residents. Our next panel of witnesses are going to be testifying about the Office of Nightlife and Culture. The Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture serves as the liaison between nightlife establishments, residents, and the district government. The office is charged with developing a safe, vibrant nightlife culture and collaborating with district government agencies to address promptly any issues that arise. We have, I'm not sure if they're, I think all the witnesses for this panel have joined us virtually, and so we're going to call Daniel Kramer, Ana Reyes, Santiago Licatos, Michael Brand, David Levy, Jean Hamza, and Stephen McCarthy. And we'll turn first to Daniel Kramer. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You'll have 3 minutes to testify. All right, it seems like Daniel Kramer has declined. And if we're experiencing any challenges with getting people on, let us know, because I know there was an experience with a prior witness who declined. Daniel Kramer's here. Bear with us one moment while we work through some technical challenges. All right, we're going to turn to Daniel Kramer. Welcome. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes to provide testimony.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Please say yes, because I can't see anyone.
I will grant
Is
you
this
wish.
working?
Say yes, we can hear you. We cannot see you. So if you intend for us to see you, you'd have to turn on your video, but we can certainly hear you though. Now it appears that you're muted.
Sorry about the technical difficulties, and I'm sorry that you can't see me. A lot of people might say that that's a benefit for all of you. But I'm pleased to testify here quickly on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture, which is a vital agency speaking up on behalf of the hospitality community, restaurants, bars, nightlife, clubs, that form such a vital part of our economy in the district. Frequently, bars and restaurants and entertainment venues of all kinds are a punching bag in the district, and we are seen as the source of problems. We are seen as the source of complaints, when the reality is that we provide much needed hospitality services, jobs, a lot of entry-level jobs, all the way up to full-time salary positions across the district in all 8 wards. And it feels like we are consistently targeted unfairly by agencies and stakeholders of all sorts. The restaurant and hospitality business is harder than it's ever been due to inflationary pressures on wages, on products, and the depletion of the downtown office environment, not to mention the crime spree that is affecting all of our communities, and that the city council has not done anywhere near close to enough to combat. So in the face of all of these challenges, the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture, previously under prior leadership, and now as well under Mr. Zipari and his staff, has been absolutely vital and crucial in helping support our mission, which is to welcome visitors and residents to the district while creating massive amounts of jobs and being a really important part of the tax base. I'm grateful to Mr. Zipari and his staff for all that they do, and I urge complete and full funding of the agency in the next fiscal year. Thank you to everybody for your time and your service to the district, and hope to see you at Duke's Grocery or Gogi Yogi sometime soon. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Daniel Kramer. Daniel Kramer?
Yes.
Just to be clear, you said that you articulated some challenges, said that the council hasn't done nearly enough, but you're happy with the performance of the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture. Just so I'm clear, what are the challenges and what agencies are responsible for addressing the challenges that have presented issues
Well,
for our
we
nightlife?
could start by having a fully operational, fully funded police force. We could continue with having serious penalties for criminals. We could provide public safety to all of our residents at the levels that it used to be at. We could reduce crime. We could reduce red tape when it comes to building or renovations on our buildings. We could make it easier to get licenses of all kinds, from liquor licenses and so forth. The deck is stacked against restaurants and bars in DC. And it seems like the only agency that is consistently articulating the challenges that are facing our industry is the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture. We have huge events coming up all the time. We have World Pride in 2025, and we need a voice at the table inside district government, and the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture is the only agency that consistently speaks out and provides a realistic backbone, whereas we can feel very taken for granted and a punching bag by many other parts of the district government.
Got it. Okay, but there are other agencies in the government that are presenting challenges, but the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture has been helpful in it sounds like trying to navigate some of the challenges and maybe connecting you with
That is correct.
Got it.
Is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to turn next to make a call. Circle who's Santiago Licados is a commissioner, ANC 1B. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the performance of the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture. As you said, my name is Santiago Lactos. I'm an ANC Commissioner for Single Member District 1B04 in the U Street Corridor. Today, I'm going to be testifying on two areas of the office's work, specifically the need for more efficiently resourced and planned public space activations, as well as the need to continue our joint efforts to create a more orderly environment for rideshare activity, issues that affect my ANC and my area significantly. So to start, I want to sincerely thank Director Sapari for his hard work, especially being open, communicative, and willing to work with the community. The work shows in the results that we've completed already, the projects we've started, and I'm very hopeful we can continue that work going forward. On the first topic, I want to talk about the value of the work the office has done in partnering with DDOT to create these amazing public space activations such as open streets, Adams Morgan Day, and more that benefit thousands of district residents of all ages, as well as businesses along the activations. While these events are immensely beneficial to the district, unfortunately, the resource planning around these events focuses on unnecessary repeated MPD and DPW overtime costs for staff in parked cars or in dump trucks blocking roads. This funding could instead be deployed more efficiently to one-time costs to purchase vehicle blocking barriers, allowing for more efficient use of MPD personnel at these events, reducing overall cost, and by extension, allowing us to hold more events overall. I'm highlighting this because I want to applaud the work Director Sapari has done in piloting vehicle barriers as a substitute. And for events such as Adams Morgan's Day, I believe there's another person testifying about that later. Particularly though, I want to highlight the need for the council to work with and push all agencies in the executive involved in these events to support and purchase the deployment of mobile barriers on a permanent basis across our public space activations to allow for us to have more activations generally, something I'm positive all of us can agree on. The second focus of my testimony is on the need for ongoing support from the council and stakeholder agencies to organize some of the hecticness of U Street nightlife traffic, and especially rideshare traffic to the area. And I want to thank Director Sapari for working with me and also working with the Nightlife Task Force to address some of these issues already. I want to emphasize the need for more permanent solutions though. DPW enforcement, while necessary and helpful, needs to also be followed by permanent solutions, including revised approaches to curbside management, designated and geofenced zones for rideshare pickup and drop-off, potentially also enabled by fixed automated enforcement cameras. I'm hopeful some of these solutions can come through capital projects in the area, but will also require multi-agency collaboration and council support. I am not trying to make U Street any less of a party on the weekend, just trying to bring some order to the rideshare traffic that gets chaotic and has downstream effects into the neighboring areas as well as on the corridor. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. We really appreciate you taking the time to put that on the record for the committee and help us prepare for our performance oversight. I'm going to turn to our next witness, Michael Brand. I understand Michael Brand is in the waiting room and has declined our invitation. So we will move to our next witness, David Levy. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is David Levy. I'm a resident of Columbia Heights in Ward 1, where I also run my consulting business, Livable City Group, which is the District of Columbia CBE that provides public space planning services to its clients, including many business improvement districts in the city. And I'm here today representing Kristen Barden, Executive Director out of the Adams Morgan Partnership Business Improvement District. You have my written testimony, so I won't read it, but I will just summarize it today. I'm here to talk about the Streets for People grant that the Adams Morgan BID was pleased to receive from the DC Office of Planning and was able to implement 6 really successful events, street closure events on 18th Street over the past 2 years to help revitalize the businesses there post-pandemic. They were very successful. In particular, I want to highlight the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture and Director Sapari's direct involvement in the project, which was ultimately necessary to achieve the multi-agency collaboration we needed for the bid to be successful. The DC Office of Planning grant was given to the bid to build a project in streets that are controlled by DDOT and secured by MPD and need to be accessible by FEMS. And so I don't think anybody realized going into this that this was an innovative project, which was about how to secure streets in the long run, reducing the cost of city staff to be on site using permanent barriers, as someone testified to previously, and to eliminate some of the pollution that comes from those vehicles, some of which are diesel that run during the entire event. What we found was it was ultimately we were not able to get to the finish line and have multi-agency approval to purchase the barriers that we thought met our needs. And it was Director Zipari's direct involvement that led to the successful purchase of those barriers, use of those barriers at 3 events last year, allowing us to eliminate the DPW dump trucks on 18th Street. And also giving us a set of barriers now that can be used for future events. Although this is a pilot project, the barriers are now in ownership at the Adams Morgan bid and will be provided through some mechanism to other agencies that want to use them with MPD's approval to close streets for events. You have our written testimony as well. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony, David Levy. We really do appreciate it. We're going to call next Jean Hamza with the 930 Club. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chair McDuffie, committee members, and staff. My name is Jean Hamza, and I'm a 40-plus year resident of DC with about 38 years in the hospitality industry. And with the last 27 years at the 930 Club. I'm testifying today in full support of the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture, Monk, and Director Salah Zaspari. With the creation of Monk, the nighttime industries have a resource and advocate for the nighttime economy. We know that the hospitality and entertainment industries contribute to DC's economic stability and cultural vibrancy. Having a direct resource in the mayor's office has been extremely important in helping the nighttime businesses survive these past 5 years, and particularly during the pandemic. Monk proved invaluable during the pandemic by helping to keep businesses informed of changing policies, as well as informing us about grants and other sources of revenue. I'd like to focus for a moment specifically on Director Zaspari. He brings an upbeat and positive energy to his position, and he is sincere in wanting to make a difference. He helped my company with DOB and OTR when we were trying to open the Atlantis. He has helped other businesses with a variety of issues from parking to licensing. But the issue I've seen him extremely involved in during his tenure as director is public safety. I see Director Zaspari at every meeting I attend around the issues of safety and crime. He has been working diligently with the T Street Task Force about an open-air drug market affecting the safety of struggling small businesses and residents in that area. Director Zaspari is responsive and active in my community, and I can only imagine that he brings the same energy to the rest of the city, and I really have to wonder how he does it. In closing, I'd like to again emphasize that I am a supporter of both the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture and strong supporter of Director Zaspari and his staff. What they do is especially critical right now with the dual challenges of crime targeting businesses and customers, as well as the struggles businesses are facing trying to survive post-pandemic. We count on Monk to help as we get through this latest challenge. And I'd just like to add a quick addendum and support what Alex Padro said during a previous committee about how the small businesses really are struggling. We haven't come back, certainly small businesses. And I worry about our commercial corridors. Thank you, Chair McDuffie and committee members for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for that addendum, Jean Hamza. I worry about our commercial corridors as well, and so I appreciate you taking the time to be here with us this afternoon and provide your testimony virtually. We certainly need to do more. It's just a matter of what that looks like and how we're measuring success. We've had some strides over the years, and we appreciate Salah and the work out of the Office of Nightlife and Culture, but we certainly need to do more. So thank you for that. I want to turn next to Commissioner Stephen McCartney, ANC 2G04. Thanks so much for your patience and being with us this afternoon. We look forward to hearing your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie. As you mentioned, my name is Commissioner Stephen McCarty, and I'm here today to share the valuable yet constrained role of the Office of Nightlife and Culture in our city's vibrant community. Monk has demonstrated commendable efforts in supporting projects that are crucial for our community's betterment. A prime example is their involvement in one of my commission's initiatives to install a trash compactor in Blagden Alley. In this project, Monk was instrumental in identifying a grant through DSLBD, coordinating with DEMPED, and even bringing our concerns to the mayor's attention by getting her to host a briefing. Despite these significant efforts and their apparent progress, we are yet to see any tangible results. The trash compactor is still not in place, even though I was assured the money was there and it would be released to our community for the betterment of our business district in Blagden Alley. This scenario underscores the limitations of Monk's current capabilities. They have the expertise and willingness to support and escalate community needs, yet they lack the necessary authority and resources to bring these initiatives to full fruition. Their ability to navigate through the bureaucratic processes is commendable, but their influence only extends so far. To truly make a meaningful impact, Monk requires enhanced powers and resources. They need the authority to not just identify and coordinate grants, but to also have a direct hand in funding allocation and project implementation. This change would ensure that community projects do not stall after initial approval, but move swiftly towards their full realization. The Office of Nightlife and Culture is often constrained in its efforts to support our communities due to their current licensing processes of ABCA, which overlooks the complexities in historic districts like Blagden Alley. This process leads to scenarios like the conversions of historic row homes into entertainment venues without necessary soundproofing or infrastructure adaptations, disrupting the community's fabric. As Monk is typically involved only after such issues have surfaced, their ability to proactively address and prevent these challenges is severely limited. To ensure a harmonious balance between nightlife growth and community preservation, I believe it's imperative that Monk becomes an early, formal, and integral part of the ABCA licensing process, with a focus on the cultural, historical, and infrastructural implications of such developments. In conclusion, while the Office of Nightlife and Culture has been a beacon of support for our city's cultural and nightlife sectors, their potential work is hampered by a lack of direct authority and resources. Empowering them with more decision-making power and direct control over funding would enable them to effectively support and enhance our community and business needs. It's time to invest more in Monk, ensuring that initiatives like our Blagden Alley Trash Compactor project are not just planned and approved, but also swiftly and successfully implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Really appreciate it, and we'll definitely take that under advisement as we prepare for our performance oversight. We'll turn next to Michael Brand. I know there may have been some challenges with getting Michael Brand onto the panel. We thought we had him. Looks like he's dropped off. Not sure what happened there, but I'm going to turn to Sandra Basanti, who is our final witness, unless we're able to get Michael Brand on. We'll hear from Sandra Basanti right now. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie. Thank you for giving us the time to testify today. As a business owner in DC, I would probably need 30 minutes to talk about how wonderful Director Sapari is. But because I only have 3 minutes, I'm going to stick to the script. So as also the Executive Director of DC Nightlife Council, I'm testifying to affirm our strong support of the accomplishments of the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture, particularly under the current director. However, since its inception, Monk has been an invaluable ally to the nightlife community, offering resources that have been instrumental in navigating the complexities of the nightlife business, from licensing to safety training. The office has consistently demonstrated its worth as a bridge connecting our organizations, local nightlife businesses, and government entities. The work carried out by Monk has been pivotal in nurturing and sustaining the vibrant nightlife that Washington, D.C. is known for. I would like to advocate for the expansion of Monk to include a dedicated music office. Our city pulsates with a rich musical heritage that rivals that of New Orleans, Nashville, and Austin, cities that have harnessed their musical identity to enhance local culture and tourism. By formalizing a music office, we can better promote and preserve the soul of DC's music scene, making it a cornerstone of our cultural and economic development strategy. This will not only celebrate and elevate our local talent, but will also serve as a beacon for tourists and potential residents. Furthermore, I propose that Monk be empowered with the capacity to create and administer grants specifically tailored to nightlife and cultural initiatives. Such funding would provide a lifeline to establishments that are the heartbeat of our city's social landscape, especially in challenging times. These grants would catalyze innovation, diversity, and growth within our sector, allowing us to offer richer, more varied experiences to both locals and visitors. In conclusion, Monk has already done a commendable work for our community. With the proposed enhancements, I believe it can lead us to new heights, making Washington, D.C. not just the nation's capital, but also a hub of culture and music recognized across the country and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Sandra Basante. Let me ask, do you have an opportunity to provide us your written testimony yet?
I have.
Oh, great. Perfect. We really appreciate it. But just so I think I heard you, but in terms of the grants, if you could just repeat that part of your testimony again with respect to Monk, you want them to have an enhancement?
So ultimately, based on and this sort of goes to the hurdles that a lot of businesses, particularly nightlife businesses, face when applying for our business grants. A lot of times our nightlife businesses and our music venues are cut out of the criteria to qualify for these grants. But also, because we have direct access and Director Sapari's been so responsive and wanting to actually understand what we need as far as being able to apply for these grants, because we just don't have the capacity to really tackle some of these really extensive and cumbersome grant applications. It would be so amazing if this office could develop and administer grants specifically to those businesses that fall within nightlife and culture.
Got it. Got it. Thank you for that. I don't have any additional questions. Commissioner Lakatos, was there anything else you wanted to add to the record before we transition?
No, nothing specifically, but I did submit my testimony for the record. And in the testimony, I included the budget documents related to open streets to give your office a bit more of a specific understanding of those costs.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. I'm going to turn to our final witness of this panel and hear from David Ross. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. You'll have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. David Ross.
Okay, all right. Committee Chair McDuffie and the rest of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, thank you for the opportunity to speak here this afternoon. The last time I sat before you was for DuPont Underground, a nonprofit that I was managing director of at the time. Therefore, it's a personal sigh of relief that I'm not sitting before this committee begging for money. I own a venue here in DC called Eckington Hall. It's located in the Noma region. I originally started off as a 2-month photo gallery pop-up, but have since turned this into a venue that hosts regular concerts, comedy shows, and workshops. March will be 2 years of my being here. When the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture was first created, I didn't own this venue, but I was skeptical of that office's creation. That skepticism no longer exists. I found the director, Salah Zapari, and his team to be resourceful in trying to help me navigate matters that impact my business. They've always been responsive. They've seemingly made my items a priority, and I have much gratitude for this. He was also instrumental in coordinating a relationship for me to do a series of impactful programming downtown. So if the purpose of this is to review them, from my vantage point, they're doing an excellent job. Our community needs them desperately. They're just one office, though. Also heard testimonies on behalf of DSLBD, and I wanted to make sure I shout them out. They've been great at highlighting what we've been up to here. Forgive me, but my tone is going to shift a little bit. DC is a town that champions itself on being pro arts and culture. I beg to differ. We do so in branding. Arts and culture in this town is often treated like an undesirable stepchild. Only in crisis does DC try to work with the businesses that give this town its pulse. It took a global pandemic for us to re-envision how we use our streets. Prior to COVID, asking to shut down a street here was a nightmarish venture with a dead end. It took our downtown anchor announcing a move to Alexandria for us to fast track activations downtown, something the creative community could have done quite some time ago. I feel like we're playing catch up and it's affecting our businesses. I currently find myself facing hurdles with the Department of Buildings, and the only solution is me having to pay thousands of dollars with no actual guarantee I'll be able to operate as intended. It's enormously frustrating. With the amount of places closing, there's no time for this. I am not a politico. I'm a creative professional, but I often find myself in situations where I wonder how someone with less political friendships would even be able to navigate the system. Salah and his team have done their best to try to assist me in navigating the 4th Street circus that is the Department of Buildings. Even in these attempts, I find myself coming up short, and I'm not the only one. I've had these hurdles with this office before. Back in the DuPont Underground days, we had an issue with increasing the C of O from 49 to something larger. It wasn't until we produced the fashion show at DIMPED did our C of O problems miraculously disappear. I won't lie, I knew that'd be the case, which is why I engineered the event in the first place. I shouldn't have to move like this, though. I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for many in that the agenda of arts and culture businesses is a benevolent agenda. We want you to see things differently, feel things differently, and taste things differently. Anyone who willingly obstructs this part of DC cannot honestly promote DC. I'm not here asking for money. I'm asking for people to move out of our way and let us do our thing. We love this city more than most. Committee Chair McDuffie, thank you for the opportunity to speak here this afternoon. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for your testimony, David Ross. Have you gotten any traction with Department of Buildings working with Monk and Salah?
Monk has been extremely helpful, but DOB has not, and I'm trying to transition back to my the original use of this space for the purpose of receiving my liquor license, and the only it's been troubling. It's been a troubling response. So I mean, So
you should feel free to reach out to our office if you haven't.
Okay.
We're happy to
Thank
work
you.
with Salah and the Office of Nightlife and Culture to see if there are areas where we might be able to assist. Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I want to thank each of the witnesses who testified on the Office of Nightlife and Culture. I want to thank every witness who testified over the course of several hours of testimony here today at the Committee on Business and Economic Development, especially those witnesses who carved out some time and made the trek down to the Wilson Building to testify in person. As a reminder, those interested in submitting written testimony for the record may do so until Wednesday, February 14th at 5 p.m. Submissions to be uploaded on the new hearing management system on the council website at dccouncil.gov. That's dccouncil.gov. Our next performance oversight hearing will be on February 7th, 2024. There being no further business before the committee, this marks the end of today's hearing. The time is now 2:28 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.